All right. Good evening. Good evening. I think we're ready to start. Good evening, everyone. My name is Devin T. Murphy. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole. Thank you for joining us. I now call the regular city council meeting of May 16th, 2023 to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please stand for the pledge. Thank you. Next, we have our land acknowledgement that I will read aloud. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. That brings us to item number 3 of the agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening, if you will.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sassai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, May 11th at 4:30 with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on an agenda item this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next, we have on our agenda is item number 4, which is a closed session. This is a conference, 4A, which is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are City Manager Andrew Murray, Human Resources Director Stacy Shell, as well as Greg Ramirez from IDEA. Represented employees include AFSCME Local 1 and 512, as well as PPEA. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do have one online, Cordell Hindler.
That's me. Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I'm very curious. I'm asking that if to hear from the unions, so what they have to offer. That's it.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Seeing no other public comments, we'll now convene to a closed session and we return by 6 p.m. for the open session. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready. I know, we're gonna get started. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. We are back from our open session, excuse me, our closed session. We're reconvening to our open session, and that moves it. Well, just a report, there is no reportable action from our closed session this evening, which means we'll go to our citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any citizens that would like to make public comment this evening?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Teresa Teller.
To the citizens of Pinole and the Pinole City Council, I'd like to announce a save the date this weekend. On Saturday, May 20th at 11 a.m. until noon, I will be presenting my mental health story at Our Savior Lutheran Church, 3110 Avis Way in Pinole. I will share the phases of my recovery story, including my dark days, acceptance, treatment, coping skills, and successes, hopes, and dreams. In between, I will play original piano music that captures the mood of each phase. I am honored to present this month, Mental Health Awareness Month, where the Pinole City Council will issue a proclamation. If you or somebody you know suffers mental illness, my story ought to bring insight, as I have coped with schizoaffective disorder with meds and counseling for 25 years. Today, I am a pastor's wife, mother of 3-year-old twin girls, and have worked in retirement communities for 15 years. I write blogs for the National Alliance on Mental Illness and am authoring a book, My Brain Makes You Proud, as a stigma-fighting role model for people with mental illness. One song I will perform at my presentation, Andrew's Lullaby, was named honorable mention for an international songwriting contest. I believe my original music on the piano makes for an emotional and powerful journey for those who will come to hear my story. Please consider attending my unique one-woman show, Mental Health Awareness by Teresa Teller, Saturday, May 20th, 11 a.m. to noon at Our Savior Lutheran Church, 3110 Avis Way in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Teller, if you'll wait around, we'll have a proclamation after citizens to be heard. Thank you.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And tonight, for Citizens to be Heard, I'd like to talk about two topics. First, the current COVID case rate in Pinole as of 11:30 a.m. this morning was 67.5 per 100,000, which, while an improvement from the last time I spoke, is still above the 50 per 100,000 that's accepted as wise to not wear masks indoors due to relatively minimal transmission risk. Not wearing masks outdoors is still acceptable below 100 per 100,000, however. I'm also glad to note that there is no single community in all of Contra Costa County that is currently above the 100 per 100,000 rate other than other unspecified. Secondly, on a somewhat related note, I'd like to remind everyone that we have Community Service Day this Saturday, May 20th. We're going to be meeting at the Youth Center, and I believe it's 835 Tenant. Registration runs from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. You can also register online. There's going to be volunteer activities led by our wonderful Community Service Commission from 9 until 12, and then there's going to be a lunch from 12 until 1. There's also a breakfast between 8 and 9 for people who want to show up early and register on the day of. So hope to see people there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments this evening?
No more public comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll continue on with the agenda to, we'll start with our proclamations and presentations this evening and go back to item 7 after. So that is item number 8, which is our proclamations. The first one we have is Mental Health Awareness Month, and this evening we will be giving this proclamation to Ms. Teller. But before that, our council will read aloud the proclamations. This first is Mental Health Awareness Month, which is May 2023. Whereas during National Mental Health Awareness Month, we honor the absolute courage of the tens of millions of Americans living with mental health conditions, and we celebrate the loved ones and mental health professionals who are there for them every day. And
whereas there is a proven connection between good mental health and overall personal health, and whereas mental illness affects almost every family in America, and
whereas people with mental illnesses recover if given the necessary services and supports in their communities, and whereas millions of adults and children are disabled by mental illnesses every year, and
whereas only 1 out of 2 people with a serious form of mental illness seeks treatment for his or her mental illness, and whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help, and whereas research shows that the most effective way to reduce stigma is through personal contact with someone with a mental illness, and
whereas, excuse me, whereas good mental health is critical to the well-being of our families, communities, schools, and businesses. And whereas greater public awareness about mental illnesses can change negative attitudes and behaviors toward people with mental illness.
Now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month and call upon all Pinole residents, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental illnesses, reducing stigma and discrimination, and promoting appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental illnesses. Happy Mental Health Awareness Month, everyone. Yes. And Ms. Teller, you came to our council so many times to talk about your story, your courageous story. And we wanted to offer you this proclamation this evening.
Okay. Just press video.
All right, our next proclamation is for Asian American Pacific Islander Month, which is also May 2023. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage in the United States was celebrated beginning in 1978 and was made into a month-long event in 1992. And
Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month seeks to honor and recognize the contributions of residents from Asia, India, and the Pacific Islands, and whereas Native Hawaiians, Chinese, and Japanese were the first to migrate to the Pacific Northwest and were known for handling canoes and transporting goods, construction, and railroad expansion, and
Whereas Asian Pacific encompasses all of the Asian continent and the Pacific islands of Melanesia, New Guinea, New Caledonia, Vanuatu, Fiji and the Solomon Islands, Micronesia, Marianas, Guam, Wake Island, Palau, Marshall Islands, Kiribati, Nauru, and the Federated States of Micronesia and Polynesia, New Zealand, Hawaiian Islands, Rotuma, Midway Islands, Samoa, American Samoa, Tonga, Tuvalu, Cook Islands, French Polynesia, and Easter Island. And
Whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander Month, AAPI Heritage Month, we acknowledge Asians and Pacific Islanders have lived and worked in Pinole, contributing to the economy, culture, education, politics, arts, literature, science, and technological developments, despite institutional and systemic injustices designed to prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. And
Whereas we cannot deny the unique challenges and complicated, sometimes violent histories of peoples, nations, and empires across Asia and the Pacific, but we can commit to working together to strengthen our community for the future.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Month and the City of Pinole, and encourage all to celebrate the history and contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islanders to our culture and society. This evening, we have our proclamation here. I'll show it to the public, of course. And I, of course, wanted to offer this to Councilmember Safai as our first Filipino American council member. You've made history and you've also really shown yourself as such a contributor to this council and to this community. I wanted to offer you this. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay. We have a lot of proclamations this evening. This is May 2023. It's a lot. And we are having a ball during this month. All right. So our next one is around Emergency Medical Services Week, which is May 21st to the 27th. That brings us to our proclamation. Whereas in 1974, President Gerald Ford authorized Emergency Medical Service Week to celebrate EMS practitioners and the important work they do in our nation's community. And
Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and
Whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services have grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventive medicine, follow-up care, and access of telemedicine. And
Whereas the emergency medical service system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And
Whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 21st through May 27th, 2023, as Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Pinole. With the EMS strong theme, EMS Week, where emergency care begins, I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And this is our proclamation this evening. Thank you so much. And of course, we're always reminded that our fire department, as many and really many of our city employees have supported so much in supporting our community and providing them. So just wanted to thank city staff for this proclamation. This really goes to you all. Yes. Hold your applause, please. I'm just joking. Thank you. So the next one is around Jewish American Heritage Month, which is also May 2023. Whereas fleeing oppression from other areas of the world and looking for a place where they could practice their faith and lead their lives freely, the first Jewish immigrants arrived on American soil in 1654 in New Amsterdam. And
whereas on April 20th, 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month, and whereas the month of May was chosen due to the highly successful celebration of the 350th anniversary of American Jewish history in May 2004, which was organized by the Commission for commemorating 350 years of American Jewish history. And
whereas for generations, the story of the Jewish people, one of resilience, faith, and hope in the face of adversity, prejudice, and persecution, has been woven into the fabric of our nation's story. And
whereas Jewish Americans continue to enrich every part of American life as educators and entrepreneurs, athletes and artists, scientists and entertainers, public officials and activists, labor and community leaders, diplomats and military service members, public health heroes, and more. And
Whereas as we celebrate the rich heritage of the Jewish American community in the city of Pinole and the nation, we recognize that American Jews have joined with all faiths to work for Tikkun Olam, which in Hebrew means repair of the world, remembering the lessons of the Holocaust and leading movements for civil rights and social justice And
Now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Pinole and encourage all to celebrate the history and contributions of Jewish Americans and especially Jewish Americans in Pinole to our culture and society. And here is the proclamation this evening. Thank you. All right, trekking through our proclamations, we have our next one, which is our Affordable Housing Week, which already happened, but we are still celebrating all month. So May 7th through the 13th, 2023 is Affordable Housing Week. Whereas all people should have access to safe, healthy, and affordable homes within communities that provide opportunity. And
whereas affordable homes are the solution to homelessness and provide support to seniors, families, youth, veterans, and people with disabilities who are an essential part of our community. And whereas the economic consequences of COVID-19 pandemic placed an unprecedented number of tenants at risk of eviction or of accruing significant rental debt and threaten the ability of nonprofit and small-scale housing providers to provide stable, affordable housing. And
Whereas creating new permanently affordable homes, preserving and improving existing housing supports stable, vibrant communities by reducing homelessness, helping residents maintain community roots, and fostering racial and economic equity for generations. And
Whereas locating affordable homes close to public transit and jobs reduces greenhouse gas emissions and provides low-income families better access to opportunities and amenities. And
when nonprofit organizations, local jurisdictions, community and faith-based organizations, and others unite to invest in affordable homes for all, they help to continue building inclusive communities that support low-income people and interrupt patterns of racial and economic inequity in housing.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 7th through the 13th, 2023 as Affordable Housing Week in the City of Pinole, where we continue to advocate for funding for affordable housing at the local, regional, state, and federal levels. Here is the proclamation this evening. All right, we have just one more, which brings us to National Police Week, which we are currently in. National Police Week is May 15th through the 21st of 2023. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including our very own current 30 sworn members of the Pinole Police Department. And
whereas in a resolution approved by the United States Congress in 1962, the president is authorized and requested to issue proclamations designating May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, and designated each year the calendar week during which May 15th occurs as Police Week. And
whereas the members of the Pinole Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the City of Pinole. And
whereas three Pinole peace officers, Constable Arthur McDonald, Officer John M. Sellers, and Officer Floyd H. Schwartz, made the ultimate sacrifice their lives to protect the citizens of our city. And
whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, agency, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people of our city by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 15th through the 21st as Police Week, commemorating law enforcement officers in our community and across the nation, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities. And I further call upon all citizens of the city of Pinole to observe May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice to their community or have been disabled in the performance of duty. Let us all recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. This evening, here is the proclamation, and we have our very own Pinole Police Chief, Neil Gang, here. Please feel free to say a few words, and I think this council has never taken a picture with you. We would love to have one.
Let's keep it that way. Just real quick, just thank you so much, Mayor, Council, for this recognition. I think it's really important that the community understands that we lost 3 officers in the line of duty in the ultimate sacrifice. So we made a commitment that we would never forget them, never forget their families. So again, just an opportunity to really honor Arthur, John, and Bernie for the ultimate sacrifice for our community. So thank you for that opportunity. We take this greatly serious to carry on their message and carry on the service that they provide to this community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We would love to join you at the podium.
Yeah, we were just waiting on you to get here. I won't have to go back up. Yeah.
All right. What a pleasant surprise, yes. All right, so next we'll have our presentations, item 8B, which is AC Transit presentation. I believe we have AC Transit staff as well as Director Javanka Beckles on the call. We do? Okay, thank you. So we'll actually we'll start with Director Beckles. Are you on Zoom? Wonderful.
Thank you for inviting us, Mayor.
Of course. Good evening, Director Beckles. How are you?
Thank you so much. Greetings to all.
Did you want to say a few words before your presentation or?
Actually, I want to just, yeah, go ahead and turn it over to our staff. David Berman is here.
All right,
Thank you,
great.
Director
Mr.
Beckles.
Berman, how are you?
Doing very well. Glad to be here. Virtual, of course. So good evening. My name is David Berman, Senior Transportation Planner for AC Transit, and I'm the project manager for our AC Transit Realign initiative, which will reshape the East Bay Transit network in the wake of the pandemic. My colleague, Ryan Lau, External Affairs Representative, was slated to join us, but got detained in Sacramento. So please bear with me as I go through a quick overview of our ongoing initiatives. So I'm going to start by providing that quick overview and then speak a little bit more about AC Transit Realign, which is perhaps our most important initiative in the near term. Next slide. So first, who and what are we? AC Transit is the largest public bus-only transit system in California and the third largest bus-only transit agency in the country. And we operate service in the East Bay in a service area that extends southward down to Fremont. And we also operate Transbay bus service to San Francisco and the Peninsula. We've always been a lifeline for many, and our service is a critical component of the fabric of many communities throughout the East Bay. Ensuring that AC Transit service works well ensures that folks can equitably access jobs, economic opportunity, and recreation. 65% of our riders are low income. 75% are people of color, 43% don't have access to a car, and we serve around 30,000 students every school day. This is the pre-pandemic numbers. And we also provide accessible transportation and paratransit service throughout our service area. Next slide. At AC Transit, our service recovery prioritizes equity and productivity. The district has experienced a spate of run cancellations due to operator unavailability. So in effect, that means service cuts were happening unplanned, leaving customers stranded. We put a pause on restoring our service to focus on reliability, given the impending fiscal cliff and the difficult operator hiring climate, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. But we've generally focused on delivering service where we saw the most people riding today. So we haven't recovered much of the service we operated across the bridges, but we won't do that until we get our core network fully back to where it was previously. And then we'll start working on bridge service. Next slide. So on reliability, we're delivering service in a thoughtful and efficient way that tries to deliver the best and greatest benefit to transit riders. We're working, as I said, to recover service while working with our unions to help reduce operator stress and improve retention. And by emphasizing reliability, we can best meet the needs of our current customers while attracting new riders that are really critical to our long-term survival. Another initiative we're coordinating with MTC on is developing a Bay Area Connected Network plan. So that plan, which is going to be branded Transit 2050, will take a holistic approach to identify where to improve transit and invest in regional connectivity. And the first steps we're doing is developing a project statement, a plan approach, and goals and objectives that will serve as the guiding principles to complete this plan by 2025. Bay Area transit operators have collaborated and hired dedicated staff to develop the program with MTC, and these staff are actually based out of our shop at AC Transit. And as part of this regional coordination effort, transit operators are really interested in incorporating projects that improve transit speed and reliability, things like dedicated bus lanes, transit signal priority, and bus boarding islands to really make the customer experience a great one for folks riding the bus. And achieving all of this and delivering projects in a fast way will really require deep coordination with MTC, Caltrans, and local jurisdictions like the city of Pinole. And we've done a lot of that coordination, especially in collaboration with partners in the transit realm like WestCat. Next slide. I also want to emphasize that we are hiring bus operators. Transit agencies across the country are struggling to find the talent to keep their systems moving, and AC Transit is not alone in facing these same challenges. To bring people into the AC Transit family, we're offering a $2,000 operator hiring bonus. We're paying for folks training and paying them while they train. Our HR folks are working actively to find operators and mechanics to join our team, and we're putting on our own spring bus operator hiring event, which we're calling Spring Into Your New Career on May 20th this year. So there will be an expedited process for folks to get in the door, and we'll offer conditional offers on site. So folks can go to our website at actransit.org/careers to pre-fill out applications so they can be ready to spring into their new careers. Next slide. And here's a really long eye chart that kind of details everything we've been doing to get ridership back on track. We're trying to make the customer experience better for riders through COVID safety protocols, discounted fare pilots, improving our real-time customer information so people know when the bus is going to be there, making fare payment more convenient with our mobile app, and we've also launched a new system map. So we have a lot of upcoming items that we're moving forward, including AC Transit Realign, which is a great transition. Next slide. And as I mentioned before, I'm the project manager for this AC Transit Realign initiative, which will reshape our transit network in the wake of the pandemic. Next slide. And so what is AC Transit Realign? Basically, we're doing a plan that looks at our core product, the transit network. We'll look at routes and schedules throughout our service area and evaluate where and when we offer transit service throughout. And we'll make sure that that service, that is where buses go and when, is aligned with what customers need and the important equity goals we've enshrined in our agency's strategic plan. We have a moral and federal compliance imperative to protect and support mobility for people of color, low-income folks, and those with mobility impairments. And our goal is to make sure that folks don't get left behind in this whole process. Next slide. So why is this realign thing necessary? First, we're dealing with future resource constraints. For a little bit of history, during the pandemic with the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA of 2021, the federal government and the Biden administration stepped in with money to help us keep buses moving, even with ridership way down. And so when that money from the federal government runs out in our next fiscal year, we'll be facing what we call a fiscal cliff. Given that we're anticipating less money in our budget to run service, we have to consider how much service we can afford to run each day, after first identifying ways we can scrimp and save internally on smaller ticket items. And the best way to make sure that the system is efficient with potentially limited resources is to do so at a system-wide level instead of being forced to do rapid reductions in an emergency. And to try and avoid service cuts, we have folks working feverishly, including my colleague who wasn't able to join us, to secure operating dollars in Sacramento and in DC. But we really need to be planning for every possibility. And if you've been reading the news and really plugged into transit issues, you'll note that the Governor Newsom just released a budget proposal that would leave transit agencies basically to fend for themselves. So we're really working in Sacramento to make headway on budget issues for transportation. Secondly, we're not just worried about future dollars and cents. Today, we don't have enough bus operators to reliably run the service we want to, as I mentioned, and we're, again, hiring in the way that folks expect. And this effort is really going to have to take all of these challenges into account. And so with all of this uncertainty, we still want to make sure we respond to the needs of our communities. We've got to incorporate lived experiences from people of all backgrounds, income levels, and parts of our communities. With remote work, we know that many, but certainly not all people's movements have changed, both on and off the bus. And we see that in the disproportionate drop we've seen in Transbay ridership as compared to our local ridership. And we're going to use as many tools as we can to fully understand how people are moving about our communities today and to rework transit to support new travel patterns and bolster the connections where we already were seeing strong movement through the pandemic. Next slide. So over the next 15 months, we're looking at 5 umbrella project phases for this realign effort. So in phase 1, which is where we are right now, and that goes through June, we'll focus on learning what riders need by driving folks to fill out a customer preferences survey, which I'll talk about in a bit, and doing a lot of work to understand where people live, how they're traveling around the East Bay, what they think about AC Transit, and how people are using AC Transit today. In phase 2, in July and August, we'll use all of that work we do to understand how people travel, and we'll take a stab at writing down a set of core values that we'll call draft guiding principles that we hope will capture the kinds of places in the East Bay that people think buses should go, and how frequently and how late and how early in the morning. We'll then ask the community how well those guiding principles reflect how folks use transit or want to use it. And then based on what we hear, we'll refine those principles and have our board approve them and make them the basis for how we redesign our service. So in phase 3, in September and October, our planners will huddle with our consulting team and they'll use those guiding principles to develop 3 draft plan options. And then in November and December, we'll show people those 3 draft plan options and see what they think. Which options do they like? Which don't they like? Are there pieces of the plan, the different plan options that we should roll into a revised one? And then from that work, our planners will huddle with our consultant again and churn out 1 revised plan option. And then in phase 4, which will be January 2024 through April 2024, we'll take a revised plan option through our formal public hearing process. Our board will set a public hearing date, excuse me, and officially open a public comment period. Then we'll hold public hearings to close that public comment period, and then our board will make a final decision in mid-April of 2024. And then in phase 5, we'll carry the spirit of this plan into our future planning through redeveloping our service standards. And then we'll also have a huge public push to make sure that folks are aware of what's going to be starting to be implemented in August of 2024, which is what we're targeting at this point. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're doing a survey and all of you can play a really important role in making this effort successful by taking our survey, by sharing it with your networks. We've got an online component here in 4 languages, English, Spanish, Chinese, but simplified and traditional. And there's a survey incentive. You could possibly win one of $150 Visa gift cards for your trouble. So we're really serious about getting a whole wide swath of our communities involved and invested in this effort. And our efforts to realign our service really are only as good as the feedback that inform all of it. So the more input we get from all communities, all potential riders, all folks who don't ride the bus right now, to give us a sense of how our service could be better, so much the better. And so that survey will be closing at the end of the month. And next slide. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Our project website is actransit.org/realign. You can access the survey through there. You can check out some future updates and connect with us by either emailing realign@actransit.org, or there's a number of phone numbers that are listed on the website. But we really are eager to get folks' feedback. We've been out in the community in a variety of different locales up and down our district, from Richmond all the way down to Fremont, weekends, nights. We really want to make this effort go well and do right by our communities. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Berman and Director Beckles. We always appreciate a concise and informative presentation here. Are there any questions from our council members? Yes, Councilmember Tate.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to say that this is a pretty good overview of where we are. And I just had a question because I know that, we talked about Westcat, and I think a presentation here was also them trying to hire and this kind of shortage of bus drivers. And I'm glad that you guys are addressing that. The question I have is more towards this fiscal cliff, and you had staffing on one of the slides. And so we're trying to staff up, but at the same time going into a potential fiscal cliff. And I know, I guess my question is this effort to really just change the way those drivers are being routed? Or is this, it just seems like we're staffing, but there's this fiscal cliff on the other end, and it seems a little conflicting. I'm wondering if you could speak to that as to the plan moving forward and what to expect back, I guess, from this overall project or this overall realignment.
Sure. Yeah. So like I mentioned throughout, we're like other transit agencies facing a lot of fiscal challenges on the horizon. But we've also taken a lot of pains to tighten the belt where necessary, because we recognize that, I mean, this thing is pretty likely to be coming down the road. But at the same time, we also want to make sure we put out reliable service. We put out a product that's appetizing for folks. So the measures that we've taken so far have been to move towards a hiring freeze for non-essential positions. So operators are our most essential workers, I would say. And I'm sure Director Beckles would agree. But we can't sacrifice our core product because we want to avoid as best as possible just delivering less and less service and falling into a ridership death spiral. But it's a challenging environment, to be sure.
Great. Thank you for that answer. I just have to say that most transit agencies have probably hit, the worst of COVID, and really just trying to recover is going to take time. So I just want to thank you for your efforts and look forward to hearing more about this.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at the makeup of your writers, and I think it reflects what has historically been known about transit agencies, and yet with the discussions among different transportation agencies to have more people ride transit, I'm wondering what AC Transit is going to do about having a shift in the makeup of the people who are represented here. It doesn't surprise me that you got the makeup of writers or the profile of writers that you do, but I think it's probably, and correct me here, it's probably isn't any different as it has been for say 10, 15 years ago. So how do we include this group of people along with other people that aren't reflected here, if indeed the interest is to have more folks ride public transit and to do something toward decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and getting people out of cars? So that's one whole set of questions in there. And then related to that, on one of your slides, you've got aligned services with customer needs and equity goals. So I was wondering about what those equity goals were or are. Thank you.
Yeah, so that I think is, you've hit on the crux of one of the challenges that we face as a transit agency. How do we focus on different markets, and that's what we're trying to address with this initiative. We're casting a wide net with hearing from a lot of different kinds of folks throughout our communities. We have high income people, we have low income people throughout the greater East Bay, and we've got to figure out an allocation of resources that makes sense as best as possible for all of these different needs. And I'll be the first to say that it's not an easy task to make everybody happy when you have a limited budget. And I'm sure the council well knows that's a challenge all the time. But what we are doing is focusing, like I mentioned, on service reliability, trying to coordinate better with other operators like WestCat, like BART, like throughout the region, and really focusing on customer experience, regardless of where you live, as best as we can, and operating a product that folks can count on to be there when we say it's going to be there. It's really crucial. And speeding up service through wonky things like buses that talk to signal heads and stuff like that is one strategy, but also just running frequent service as much as we can is another great strategy, but that comes with a significant cost. So we're thinking about a lot of these issues, and mindful of how everybody across the income spectrum fits into all of this. I hope that answers your question.
And if I may add, Councilmember, I you really make a good point. How historically we've seen most of the riders are people of color, tend to be working class to barely working folks, poor folks, and we want to be we're working on that image and changing that image. I think part of helping to change that image is that we are increasing our zero emissions buses, because it's important that people understand that, when we get out of our cars, we get on the bus, we ride our bicycles, etc. That's how we reduce our greenhouse, our footprint, right? That's how we reduce that, our carbon footprint. But also the things that we're working on to increase ridership among a wide variety of riders is by having more frequent routes, by having more consistent service. These are the kinds of things that I think will bring a more diverse ridership in the future, particularly as we see the effects of global warming. I believe that will encourage more people to get out of their cars.
I think I can add to that also. We're also increasingly, I think, throughout the state, recognizing that connection between land use and transportation, and how focusing transportation improvements and focusing development around transportation improvements through transit-oriented development can be really effective in promoting economic development, and then also reducing folks' carbon footprints. So, and there's a number of programs at the state level where AC Transit will get money to buy a bus while also funding affordable housing. So there's increasingly novel programs like that to help kind of turn the tide on climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Director Beckles and Mr. Berman. I by no means am de-emphasizing the need to have public transit and buses, specifically local ones, available to people who use them, whether it be just simply going to buy groceries and or going from one city to the next, where a regional agency also works with the local transportation agency to meet those transportation needs. Of course, we would want to have public transportation, i.e. buses, available as much as needed. I think both across the income spectrum, what is of value is time. And so your points about having frequency, it's the waiting time that often discourages people. And to the best that you can meet the schedules and the availability of buses is predictable to people who depend on them. That is wonderful service to maintain. It's not a matter necessarily, well, scratch that. It's also a matter, as I have told other representatives from other agencies, safety, accessibility, availability, altogether to make the writing experience, regardless of income level, regardless of age, regardless of purpose for writing, something that's an attractive service. So thank you for your efforts. I know we've got lots more to do. Can I hear one or two of your equity goals so that I don't leave wondering about what those are?
Yeah, so I can just read it right out of our strategic plan to get you exactly from the horse's mouth. But I would say that our strategic plan goals are kind of echoed in what I'd mentioned. Accessibility is a key part of it. So making sure that we provide high quality mobility to folks with disabilities, folks who are of low income status, and also to historically disadvantaged communities of color. So and one of the things one of the places that comes from is from the federal government. The Civil Rights Act like enshrines federal funding conditions on us making sure that we're being proactive about accounting for folks' needs. And so that's really the core of what I'm getting at, but I can't pull up our strategic plan in a pinch apparently. But
Thank you, Mr. Berman. If you can send that to us, that would be a great follow-up.
happy to do so.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from council members?
I just want one more comment. So I want to thank you for stating those goals. Again, they're still goals to be met in the transportation system and other systems. So thank you for that. And looking forward to however we can promote the services that you have. Most recently, I was on Fitzgerald and happily seeing an AC Transit bus go down Fitzgerald, knowing then that at that time that I was in a vehicle as a passenger, that service was available to people who might be coming home from work. So thanks again.
All right, Mr. Berman and Director Beckles, it doesn't seem like we have any more questions. So if you have any final thoughts, otherwise we will let you go.
Yeah, no, if did you have any final thoughts, David? I'd like to
go right ahead. Thanks.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, council members, for allowing us this space to be able to make this presentation. You know, we're focused as an agency on two things. Our Realign project, and that's making, transit more accessible and for folks, and hiring drivers. And we are a good paying job with a good union job. And so, please share the word with others. We truly relish, community feedback. So I want to reiterate what David mentioned earlier, and that is to please encourage your fellow community members to take the survey. Please share with your constituents in your newsletters and on your socials and other ways that you communicate with your constituents. I want to thank you all once again in advance for encouraging your constituents to take the surveys. So throughout the month of May, you can also expect to see AC Transit staff at bus stops asking transit riders to complete this survey. The input we receive will help us create several options for how we might improve our service. Then in the fall, we'll seek additional community input on the proposed changes. Our goal is to have new services in place by August of 2024. For more information, or for those of you watching to take the survey, please visit actransit.org/realign. That's actransit.org/realign, REALIGN. Thank you so very much for your time, and thank you so very much for your partnership.
Thank you both. And if you can just wait one more minute, there may be public comments on our item. Do we have any public comments for item 8A or B?
Go ahead.
No, there are no public comments.
Thank you. We actually did receive a card, not for this one, but for 8A1. Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, we'll take that public comment now.
Thank you. Rafael Menes.
Thank you. Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. My name is Raphael Mass, a resident of Pinole. And as part of responding to this council's proclamation of May as National Mental Health Awareness Month, I'd like to talk a bit about some of my own personal challenges dealing with mental health struggles and how Councilmember Sasai inspired me to talk about them. As you all may or may not recall, Councilmember Sasai at his swearing in discussed some of the challenges that he faced with anxiety and depression when he was running for office. And I guess that inspired me to sort of talk about my own experience here. My grandmother was part of NAMI. I'm not, but I've faced challenges dealing with depression, anxiety, and ADHD, attention hyperactivity deficit disorder, in my own personal life. And the reason why I bring this up now is because one of the core points of the presentation was to encourage people to seek out therapy, to seek out help. So I want to talk about how seeking out therapy and seeking out help helped me personally with my experience dealing with those conditions. Because after I graduated from college, and for I'd say 5 or 6 years after that, I had a diagnosis of depression. I had a diagnosis of anxiety. But at that time, Medi-Cal hadn't yet expanded to cover people in my age bracket. So I wasn't able to receive medical care or support from that. I wasn't able to receive therapy. I wasn't able to receive medical treatment. And so I became increasingly isolated and separated from my community because I had, fear of interacting with people, and depression made me feel like I was worthless and that there was nothing I could do to contribute. When Medi-Cal expanded to cover my age group, I was able to seek out therapy. And that therapist was able both to get me on medications to help mitigate my depression and anxiety, but also to evaluate me for ADHD because I hadn't even really properly been evaluated for adult onset ADHD, and then to get me medication to treat that. And that helped a great deal just in terms of helping with my executive functioning, focus, concentration, and also mood. Because the way that ADHD works is that the neurotransmitters around focus and attention and executive functioning are wired to require, I think it's a greater level of dopamine that is typical, which interacts in negative ways with depression, as you might imagine. So through the diagnosis and the treatment process for medical care, I've been able to get to the point where I'm at today. So I just want to encourage people to seek that out likewise if they need help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for item 8?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Do you have any in-person comments for item 8A or B? All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Menace, for your public comment. And thank you, Mr. Berman, as well as Director Beckles for your presentation this evening. All right, that brings us back to item number 7, which is our reports and communications. I'll start off with my mayor's report by asking Pinole Television to cue the May monthly mayor update. We can actually come back to 7A and go, there are no, we'll go to 7B, but there are no mayor and council appointments. So we'll go to 7C and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Sure, just a short report is that our municipal code committee met a week ago to discuss the PLA, the project labor agreement that we've been discussing. And then I also attended the mayor's conference a week ago, and there was a presentation on transportation that goes from the Dublin area over to the Tracy area. So not really related to us in West County other than transportation expansion and trying to reduce vehicle miles. So if it's good for the region, it's good for us. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate.
So, I just wanted to report back on the meeting from, Recycle More, last week. Lots happened. I want to say the Tuesday of our council meeting, it was the same council meeting that Richmond, had met and passed a resolution to go out to RFP for Republic Services. And apparently there was a few meetings that I think the city managers had discussing an RFP and going out. I think that was one of the items where to me, I didn't find out about it until Friday of exactly, well, I found it from my colleagues, but city manager put an email out on Friday discussing the RFP and the need to go out for it. But there's a committee being formed to discuss that, which I was asked to sit on, but I'm still going through the process of trying to figure out if I can be on that committee. So that's all going through right now, a discussion with the attorney there. But I just wanted to say that the process to me was a little bit difficult where the city managers are meeting and then the directors, not just myself, were not informed of that meeting and the desire to go out to RFP. So I felt like, getting that email kind of filled in the blanks as to where we were. But I just wanted to report out that there is a lot of discussion going around Republic Services and doing a request for proposal, which is basically asking for bids. This contract's up in 2025. There's going to be, I think, a resolution being put forth before the council. But we're part of a JPA, which is a Joint Powers Authority, that I think we have to sit in that committee or sit in that council and really discuss what the benefits are from RFP and all of that. So there's a lot of discussion going on about that right now. And sitting as the vice chair, it was kind of difficult to have that discussion without knowing too much what was going on in that meeting with the city managers. And I understand that their staff gets busy and stuff, but it's difficult for me as a director on that board if I don't have all the information, or some of my other colleagues have more information than I have, right? And so it's been one of those things where I think moving forward, just getting that information helps. But it's complicated. There's a long history with the public services, and there's questions about how the RFP would go out. So I just wanted to keep my colleagues aware of that and the council aware of that that's coming forward in June at our next meeting. And that I think we should let the JPA decide on how they want to move forward, whether I'm in that committee or not, with the advice of city staff, and everybody's going to get advice from everybody as to how to move forward. But I think what's been happening in the past is we've been going straight to Republic Services for quite some time. I don't have all the background as to why Richmond went out to RFP. And outside of the JPA making a decision or having a discussion about it. But there is some kind of, I don't want to say turbulence, maybe the best word, going on within the JPA as to what that RFP might have meant. So I just wanted to keep everyone informed. Frankly, this is the forum that we can have to discuss that type of stuff. But there's a question as to if if Richmond leaves the JPA, what does that mean for the rest of us? There's a lot of questions around that. So just wanted to keep everybody informed. It's budget season. So we had the budget presented. Lee Sagamore seems to be in good health. We're looking forward to passing a budget just like every other agency out there. So more to come. So stay tuned. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Council Member Martinez Rubin.
Since we last met, and Councilmember Sasai met as the subcommittee to discuss the Pinole seal and logo. So we will continue to meet at least every other week through the year, revisiting the reasons why we as a city are interested in having an updated seal and an updated logo, as well as to discuss along with the Assistant City Manager Epps about the process that's concurrently going on with having expert input and creation, the creative aspect of it, the creation of the logo and or the seal, as best as it can happen with the community input that we would like to see be included. So that's about that subcommittee. And then on May 11th, there was an Cal City's East Bay Division meeting, and Congressman Garamendi, who represents our district, was there to speak. And he said a number of things to update us, those of us who attended. But the one thing that stuck in my mind, and if you are a fan of watching political programs on network news, you'll know that the comment that he made will probably ring familiar, and that's how things are chaotic in Congress at this point, and that there's a great deal of uncertainty given the composition of the Congress and how some members will decide based on ideology and or partisanship rather than on what may be good for the entire country. Hopefully that won't filter down locally very much, but there is some concern about how current federal discussions about the budget, extending the budget limits may affect us locally. So more to be seen. He did encourage, or more to be heard, he did encourage all of us as local representatives to make, to have a new practice. And that is, rather than relying on social media announcements of usual kinds of things that we might follow, that we make it a habit to visit the various federal department websites to identify where there may be funding opportunities, and to encourage us to help our staff find those funding opportunities and make use of the assistance that's available through his office to help us obtain funds, even though there may be some uncertainty about the continuation of some of those into the new year. So that's what I can tell you. Thank you, and happy spring, everyone.
Thank you. Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. Once again, very happy to meet with Councilor Martinez Rubin for ad hoc seal committee. Lots of great creative conversations flowing, as well as just refining these survey questions, making sure we have a really clear community outreach schedule, making sure the community is involved in every part of this process and engage as much as possible. WestCat meeting was postponed, but I want to thank Rob Thompson, who is the WestCat GM, for taking the time to give me a tour of the WestCat facility. It was so great just to learn more about the inner workings of what makes that run in the transit agency, but also just meeting all the staff there who are so dedicated to the work that they do. Along those lines, I want to inform the public that the summer youth passes are available for purchase, and these passes will allow youth who are ages 6 through 18 who live in Contra Costa County to take unlimited rides for the summer on WestCat, Tri-Delta Transit, and County Connection, all for $30. So if you want more info on that and to order those passes online, you can visit 511cc.org/youth-pass. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on item 7C?
No public comments.
All right, no, seeing none, we'll go back to item 7A. Thank you, Pinole Television. I think you have the video queued. Hello, I'm Devin T. Murphy, mayor of this vibrant city, Pinole. Last month, the entire city of Pinole was focused on Earth. Many of you participated in one or more Earth Day activities, taking action to make small and big changes to show your love for our environment. It was truly inspiring to walk alongside neighbors at the Pinole Earth Walk, where we made a community pledge to protect the Earth and our environment together. Thank you for your commitment to preserving the Earth, and let's keep this momentum going all year long. If you missed the Earth Day activities, you can still come and see the high school photography exhibit at City Hall entitled The Beautiful and the Ugly Side of Pinole Creek. This will be on display until May 12th. The Pinole Police Department hosted a communication skills training class called Our Community Listens, which brought national level resources to help our police officers and other city staff learn how to better communicate and connect with the community. Notably, Pinole is the first police department in California to partake in this highly acclaimed course from the Chapman Foundation for Caring Communities. I know that local road safety has been a hot topic in Pinole, so I wanted to share an update with you. One of our capital improvement projects is underway. The work on Appian and Marlesta has begun. We will be installing a traffic signal to greatly improve safety in that area. I encourage you to continue to voice your concerns on road safety issues. The Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee is a great forum for that, so mark your calendars. Meetings are held every second Wednesday of the month at 6 p.m. Another exciting project kicked off last week, which is the Parks Master Plan effort. The city has hired a firm to perform an analysis of existing conditions and examine demographic data and program enrollment history. They will compile an inventory of all land, spaces, facilities, and more. We will be out in the community gathering public input this summer. You can expect a completed Parks Master Plan in early 2024. Budget planning is also underway and right on track. Our excellent finance team has been working diligently with city departments to propose a balanced budget that will help support many of our exciting initiatives planned for the 2023 through 2024 fiscal year. Pinole has been known to be a financially responsible city, and we continue to uphold high standards in this area. Visit our website to find out how you can submit your feedback about the budget. I hope you'll join the Community Services Commission as they host Community Service Day on Saturday, May 20th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is an opportunity to make your community beautiful by volunteering on a variety of 3-hour community service projects, including weeding along the creek, reviving parks and community centers, and many more. A light breakfast and refreshments will be served in appreciation of your service. Also, please save the date for June 11th to celebrate the city's inaugural LGBTQ Pride celebration. We will also be celebrating on that day the city's 120th birthday and the national holiday Juneteenth. We have so much to be proud of in this wonderful city. As your mayor, I plan on keeping you updated with the Beat of Pinole each month. You can follow our progress on social media and the city website. Thank you for watching. Right. Thank you so much, Pinole Television team, as well as our city manager's department for making those videos happen. I know we've done so much tremendous work for our communications and public engagement plan. So as we continue to put out content, thank you for always organizing and pushing us forward this year. And many of those updates I was able to give last week at or the week before last at the mayor's conference. So it's always exciting to brag to other mayors across the county at what our city is doing, including our police department. So thank you so much. And that concludes my update. I don't think we have any public comments on this item. Not seeing any. So we'll go to item 7D, which is our council request for future agenda items. I will start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a request that comes to us from one of the affordable housing developers, and that has to do with work hours for construction projects for multifamily residential. So I would request that we refer the issue to the Municipal Code Committee. And the idea would be to really modify the ordinance to allow for staff discretion on allowing construction to occur on Saturdays for multifamily residences, just like it's allowed for single family. So it might be just a matter of striking the word single family and just allowing it for residential. That's my request.
Yeah, we did receive an update from Director Whalen about that, so I'll second that. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, thank you. And are there any questions about the motion? All right.
Consensus, yes.
Yeah, well, we will be having a vote on each motion, but did you have a question about the motion?
No, with agenda request, don't we ordinarily just do consensus? No, that's not.
We made a practice of having a vote for each.
We have? Okay. I must not have been here for that.
All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassai, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, do you have any other items? All right, Councilmember Tave, any items?
No items.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, any items?
No item.
Councilmember Sassai, any item?
None for me.
All right, there are none for me. Are there any public comments on item 7D?
No public comments.
All right, seeing no public comments, we'll continue on to item 7E, which is our city manager's report and department staff. City Manager Murray, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Bears repeating a couple of the great community events we have upcoming. So as noted previously, we have Community Service Day this Saturday. People can assemble at the Pinole Youth Center adjacent to Fernandez Park at 8 a.m. for registration, and community service projects begin at 9 o'clock. So those are 3-hour long group community beautification projects that are involving all sorts of different city facilities. It's a great, fun community event. So encourage everybody to attend. Another community event that's coming up on Thursday, May 25th, we'll have a virtual workshop to continue the visioning process for Community Corner. So Community Corner is a city-owned vacant lot at the corner of 10th and San Pablo Avenue. And we've been going through a multi-month process to try and identify some different potential future uses for it. We'll have a second community workshop on that next Thursday. And then finally, as was mentioned, we'll have an inaugural Pinole Pride event that'll take place on Sunday, June 11th in the afternoon at Fernandez Park. And as Mayor Murphy and others have mentioned, Pinole has a lot of things to be proud about. 3 in particular that'll be recognized at this event are the city's 120th anniversary, LGBTQ Pride, as well as Juneteenth. So encourage community members to enjoy fellowship and entertainment at Fernandez Park at that event. And just wanted to give a preview of some items that are anticipated to be at our next council meeting. So some proclamations, including Juneteenth, Pride Month, and Filipino Independence Day. We'll have our standard slate of quarterly, third quarter updates on CIP projects, strategic plan, climate action plan, and others. We'll present a proposed set of updates to the city's records retention schedule. We will be providing the city council with some options and looking for their direction on a possible change to the procurement policy regarding using union print shops. We have some required annual budget related items. There's a annual review required of our utility users tax. We'll be seeing the revised proposed versions of the budget and the CIP. There will be a council requested item, which is an overview of our various commissions, their form, authority, and compensation of their members for city council's consideration and direction. There will be an update on and a request for council direction on some updates to the senior center. And as was mentioned earlier, there are 2 different agreements that relate to the city's refuse and recyclables. So the city holds an agreement with Republic Services through which Republic collects our refuse, our organic waste, and our recyclables. And that expires in June 2025. And so city staff need council's direction on how to go about arranging a successor agreement. And there are a number of different options that will be presented for council's consideration. In addition, Recycle More owns the rights to the recyclable materials that are collected in the city of Pinole for reasons that span back earlier than my tenure with the city of Pinole. But that agreement that they happen to hold with Republic Services for the processing of those recyclables also sunsets in June 2025. So Recycle More is going through the decision-making process about how they want to proceed to establish a agreement for that. That's not a city matter, although we have a say in that because we're members of the JPA, as Councilmember Tate was alluding to. So we'll have an item on our June 6th meeting getting council's direction for what to do just about the collection agreement the city has for those materials. And those are items that are coming up on June 6th. The second June meeting hopefully will be the conclusion of the budget process with the final adoption of the final proposed version of the budget. And that's what's coming up to the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, city attorney's report is the next item, 7F. City Attorney Casher, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Nothing to report.
All right, any public comments on item 7E or 7F?
There are no public comments.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. We'll go to our item, item 9, which is our consent calendar. Do we have any public comments on the consent calendar this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. Rafael Menez would like to speak on 9A, C, E, I, and J.
All right.
Good evening. So for item 9A to start with, and feel free to let me know if there's feedback from this. I went ahead and looked back through the video recording for the meeting of April 29th, because what's listed on page 29 of the agenda packet, 29 out of 704, where it states that, how I felt about where power flowed from in our system of government wasn't what I actually said. And I found the timestamp for it in the Granicus video. So I'd like to play that back for you now. If I've got the audio set up right, it shouldn't do feedback. Let me know if it is. It's at 2 hours, 53 minutes, 53 seconds. Let's see. A lot of times people are afraid of commenting because they're worried they'll be judged or they feel like it's not their place to come out and comment. But I think it's important for the public to remember that ultimately you're the ones in charge. You're the people who the council and staff are ultimately accounted for. You're the electorate. All power in our system of government ultimately flows from and belongs to you. That's in the Constitution. That's in the Declaration of Independence. That's what lies at the core of our system of government. So basically, what I'm saying there is that power flows from the people, not from the council, which is what it says in the minutes. So I'd like to request that the minutes be corrected to reflect that, especially given as, according to our the warrants on page number 72, we paid Sherry D. Lewis $937.50 to transcribe this meeting. So I would hope that, when paraphrases are done, they're accurate to the intent of the speaker, given that amount of pay. The other point I had with regards to item 9A was on page 52. This is the minutes for the May 2nd meeting. It says that he otherwise understood the purpose of the report was to show the cost of repairing the city's roads, and the roads that in terrible condition were so great was why there was a fix it first. So I think maybe it would be clear if it said the cost of repairing the roads that were in terrible condition was so great. It's slightly unclear the way it's worded there, but that's not as big an issue as the first point that I noted where the paraphrase simply wasn't accurate. So I wanted to highlight that. So that's my comments for 9A.
Can I ask a question?
Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, let him finish his time and then.
If it's related to 9, Okay. So then with regards to 9C, the website redesign, I noticed one of the items mentioned in their offerings on page number 125 of 704, where they describe the e-alerts more generally. And on page 144, the fee schedule where it discusses what services the city ordered. That it looks like e-alerts were partially ordered, but it looks like based on the pricing and quantity that it was more tailored to focus on during the development phase rather than as an ongoing project. And I was curious as to whether the city would consider either paying for the e-alerts or setting up a system like it to improve outreach to the public, because right now the main equivalent to it is basically the administrative report and postings on social media, which isn't really going out through an integrated system as I understand it. Let's see, for comment on item 9E, my comments here are brief. I think that the council should approve this resolution opposing that initiative. The initiative, as it states in its own text, would strip the electorate, who, as I've stated, have the ultimate power in our system of government, of the power to assess taxes and fees via the charter system. If people want to complain about the loss of local control over local affairs, this initiative, where a statewide vote would deprive people in any charter city, including Pinole, if it wished to become a charter city in the future, of the ability to assess any tax as part of a charter, would be one of the more extreme removals of local control imposed by a statewide measure that I can imagine, frankly. So that's my comment with regards to 9E. With regards to, let's see, this one is linked to the auditors, so the PUN group. I think that's 9I. Some more technical points for that one. On page number 203, clause 2.6, it says reimbursable expenses are specified in Exhibit B and shall not exceed blank, and then there's a blank that's highlighted. And I was wondering whether that was supposed to be filled in and whether it was material, whether it was filled in, or whether it's just controlled by Exhibit B and doesn't really matter. That's clause 2.6 in section 2 of the consulting services agreement. And then on page number 213, I think Eric Casher is the city attorney with the Y at the end there. I don't think that actually matters, but you know, might as well have that on the signature page. And then on page number 246, discussing the services the PUN group can provide, they mentioned enhancing auditing quality with artificial intelligence. And they say basically the benefit of that would be to seamlessly analyze thousands of financial and operating data and records, identifying and cataloging significant risks in mere seconds. And my concern with that is, I don't know the details of the AI model that they're planning to use for this, but assuming that they're using a large language model, which is what most people usually do when they're discussing AI these days, those models are notorious for hallucinating, as the AI companies like to call it, or lying, as most of the rest of us would like to call it, about references within their data set, about facts, about sources. So I would be very curious as to how the PUN group set up MindBridge, I think it's called, to avoid the risks commonly associated with AI, especially given the paramount need for accuracy in the auditing process. And I believe that's all my comments for the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you have a question?
I was looking for clarity. I'm trying to follow the first set of comments. So in the third paragraph, it looks like it's still part of the first sentence. Where it was the statement about I'll start with, the city council was in charge as the electorate with all power flowing from it or from and belonging to the city council from, do you have some language that you're looking to have us correct that to?
The language that I used in the quote that, you know, I had rebroadcast and at the timestamp would be sufficient, or just to put it in a more simple fashion, all power flows from and belongs to the people as the electorate, who are the source of power in our system of government, not the council. The council's power is ultimately subsidiary and delegated.
Right, I'm trying to,
Just to be clear, City Clerk Bell, are you able to make the changes given the context here?
I would actually prefer to pull the item and bring it back just so that I have the opportunity to review. We can have some suggested language. I understand the intent, so thank you for providing your comments, but I think that would be better.
That'd be perfect. Thank you. And that will give you an opportunity to write language if you have specific, Mr. Menes, if you'd like that. Otherwise, we'll review and edit. Thank you. All right. Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do have two online. Cordell Hindler.
And just to make an announcement regarding the online public comment, we will be providing you with a 30-second warning before the conclusion of the 3 minutes for your public comments.
Okay, can you hear my voice, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, council members. I am Cordell Handler Richmond. So on the first item on the consent calendar, I never got a chance to say what I was going to say at the May 2nd meeting under the second citizen to be heard. So I'll save my comments for that item when we get down to the last item. And as far as like 9H, I'm in full support of having a job fair for the city of Pinole, because we have a number of businesses that need some extra help. You know, like especially like as we coming out of the pandemic. So the job fair is such a great idea. So I'm in support of that. And as far as 9J for a high school internship, I looked at other surrounding cities in West County. So for example, the city of Richmond, the student intern, they make about $20 an hour, which is times 20. So that's $400. So I find this to be very helpful. And then also the same way with the city of San Paulo, they pay their interns $20 an hour as well for the 20-hour that they accumulated during the work week. So I'm in support of that. And finally, okay, related to that on 9J, I looked at the city of Menlo Park, and the average salary for a student internship is either from $53,000 to over $60,000. And I'm like, this is something that the city of Pinole should consider. You know, like all these interns and high school internship program, I think that's a great idea. So I'm in support of that too. And then, well, as far as the those are my only two main comments. So I will yield my time to the next speaker.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we have Matthew Estepona.
Good evening, council members, and this is in reference to consent item K regarding the project labor agreement, the ad hoc committee. And I work with the Associated Builders and Contractors of Northern California. We represent member contractors who are in the construction trades ranging from plumbing, painting, electricians, craft laborers, and carpenters. And we just would like to express our concern that this proposed project labor agreement ad hoc committee does not have any representation from member contractors. And what's the most concerning is that it's not having a fair shake or a fair side from the other perspective. Member contractors and their apprentices who live and work in the community just also want to be able to build and build in where they live. We do great projects ranging from hospitals, schools, all throughout the East Bay, Contra Costa County, all through Northern California. And the fact that there's no input from our member contractors is a bit concerning. And definitely going forward, we would just like to have a seat at the table, whether that's meeting with the city council, city manager, or with the other members of the committee, just so we could have our perspective and to have that input that project labor agreement would be concerning to member contractors' ability to bid. Thank you for your time, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Susan McDonald.
My name is Susan McDonald. I work for a non-union contractor, and I'm here to say no to a PLA. Your local contractors should be doing your work, and very few of them are unionized. They have been doing your work for decades, and if you get a PLA, they can't really work on that PLA without doing harm to themselves. I believe PLAs are harmful to non-union contractors. Very few contractors have read or can understand the provisions of a PLA. It shows up as an attachment to the main contract. The PLA is a tool that the unions use to force non-union contractors to hire almost all their workers off a union bench through their core workforce requirement. Under a PLA, non-union contractors can only use a few of their own core workforce. Then they have to hire off a union bench. Forcing non-union contractors to hire benched workers that they have never worked with is at great disadvantage to non-union contractors and their ability to successfully perform your work. No contractor should bid a job without their own core workers. Union workers also have a core workforce, but under a PLA, union contractors can keep their core workforce and only go to the bench when they need to. So this is not equitable treatment. If union contractors could not keep their core workers, they also would not bid your work. So this only harms non-union contractors. If you took the core workforce requirement out of a PLA, the unions would stop trying to force them on everyone. All of the things that you are told a PLA will do for you, you can or have already been doing without a PLA. The non-union contractors in your community, trust public agencies to not harm them when they contract with them. PLAs will harm them. Do no harm and say no to a PLA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Eric Kristen.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Kristen. I'm the executive director of the Coalition for Construction. We are a statewide organization that was formed 25 years ago by union and non-union contractors solely to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements. A couple of things. In an era of hyperinflation in the construction industry and the macro economy, of course, there's inflation as bad as we've seen in 4 years, but in the construction industry, it's even worse. There are not enough workers to go around for all the needs. And what you're doing with the project labor agreement is exacerbating that problem by reducing people who will be bidding on your projects. 88% of whom in California alone choose to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment in the construction industry. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So young men and women who choose and could take their skilled and trained abilities anywhere, choose to do it in a union-free environment, they are all but, it's made all but impossible to work under a project labor agreement for the following reasons. They have to pay into union dues to join an organization they don't wish to. They have to pay the union health, welfare, and pension plans that they will never invest in. Therefore, that money is lost to them. That is wage theft. That's over $20 per hour when you look at the benefit packages. Vesting periods in unions are 5 years. They already have their own benefit programs. Why should they pay into union programs that they'll never vest in? The PLAs almost exclusively require union apprentices. So young men and women in state-approved non-union apprenticeship programs are explicitly excluded under PLAs, which you'll see in the sample PLA that you will soon have before the subcommittee. And finally, non-union contractors are reduced to only being able to use a few of their own core workers. So they're being asked to work with people they have no relationship with and who can be expected to work like that. All of these things are not meant to do anything other than make it harder for union-free contractors to get work and help big labor special interests gain a monopoly on work. And again, in an era of hyperinflation in the construction industry, why would you even consider such a thing? A couple of things you need to consider. Allow all voices to be heard on this issue and be brought to the table so as a PLA will reflect the actual makeup of the industry and the community. Second of all,
Mr. Kristen, you have 30 seconds.
thank you. Within your area, you have state-approved non-union apprenticeship programs. Have any of you ever visited them? These are the people that would be excluded under a PLA. I would encourage you to reach out and visit these young men and women that are being trained. So thank you for your time. This is a very important issue. All sides need to be heard and all opinions need to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Tanya Little.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Tanya Little. I was once a small business advocate for the state of California, appointed by Governor Brown as business development for the state of California. And it's very important that small businesses who are not unionized are able to compete. 99% of small business are the backbone of California's economy. And it's very important that we give them the opportunity, just as they would hire these young people. And when we say local, we're talking about Black and brown people. Look at the specs in California state government, maybe have small business participation goals. If you have to hire a large business, make sure they survey the local businesses that are certified maybe by California, or certified if you're going to use a certification program of your own, to ensure that the local businesses get their fair share so we can give back to our community. A lot of times in construction, what happens is the larger companies come in, they bring their workforce from someone else, and yes, they're labor and unionized. However, our people here in California get left out of the mix. And this is, if we're going to help build our economy, help support our residents and our citizens, we need to support our small business community. Thank you so much for the time, and look forward to hearing more about this.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go back to council. Are there any items that council members would like to pull? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yeah, I'd like to pull the minutes under 9A for April 29th to 2023.
Okay, gotcha. Those are, we'll set a vote to continue. Do you have other suggestions there, or did you want to pull them to continue them?
To continue it.
Okay, perfect. I got that written down. Do you want to pull any other items? No. Okay. Councilmember Tate?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, 9J.
And then Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
9J.
9J. Wonderful. That means that I'll take a motion to continue item 9A first.
9A, just April 29th.
Oh, just part of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Because it's an item, should we separate it, or should we?
I think just to indicate in the motion to approve the remaining items, just accepting that one part of 9A would be fine. So the motion to include 9A and then just make mention of not including April 29th would be fine.
Okay. I'll move the consent calendar except for 9A, April 29th, and also item J.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Any questions about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much for that motion. And that brings us to item 9J. We'll start with Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. First off, thank you to Director Shell and all the staff involved who took the time to really coordinate this project and get the ball rolling. It's really an investment that we make to our city but also to our students who will be participating in this project. So I do know what it's like to be an unpaid intern while being a student, while also working part-time and having to choose between each of those things. And so I do concur with the public commenter who mentioned about having to make sure that we do compensate our interns fairly. I know in the background section of the report, there is not really any room to compensate volunteers because of limitations in municipal code. But I know that there is some flexibility within the volunteer program and policy where we can make revisions there to allow for stipends. So I have a motion prepared for that, but I'll let Councilor Martinez go ahead with the comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Regarding item J, I want to make sure that in any communication about the selection of interns, that there be mentioned that the city council members who will be overseeing their work, whether it's for part of the 20 hours that are now being considered or fewer hours during any week, that there is mentioned that the council members have current certificates of having completed our usual required training, which is the ethics training to comply with AB 1234, as well as a sexual harassment prevention training to comply with AB 1661. And as well, I'm not certain, and Director Shell may let us know about this, whether the mandated reporter condition or role applies in this instance, because we're not a school setting, even though we would be working with students. And it's in the interest of making certain that anyone involved, whether it's the students or any of the adults, know that we are going to make the best effort at trying to create an environment that will be a good experience and a safe experience for participants.
Director Sher, are you on to, that was a question, or City Manager Murray?
I think Director Shell is online and would be happy to respond to those suggestions and questions.
Thank you.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So yes, thank you for the question. With regards to the mandated reporter, we do have that as part of our policy for the volunteer program. Anyone supervising a minor would be required to complete mandated reporter training.
Thank you. Did that clarify the questions and comments? Councilmember Martinez Rubin and Councilmember Desai?
Yes, that was part of it. And I take it that the other two required training, that the fact that they will be current by council members who will be part of the program, will somehow be communicated to the participants, as well as any adult guardians or parents who would be involved in the program.
Yes, we certainly could communicate those requirements to the guardians of the participants. Those are mandated required trainings, the harassment and the ethics, and that is something that is monitored by the city clerk's office at this time. So yes, we would ensure that any of the council members who would be supervising the student interns would be up to date for all of their mandated trainings as well.
Thank you. And the following may be a minor point, but it's related. I know that we've had questions about this among at least two of the council members here when we were involved with the activity in the city that involved youth. And that is where our conduct is applicable while complying with the ethics and the sexual harassment prevention training, whether it is in our involvement with, in this case, the interns on site, on city premises only, or city premises as well as any transportation. The example I can think of is if we were to transport a youth, a minor, a student, an intern, and that delves into using our private vehicles. Not certain how that applies, so we can consider that. And I don't need an answer right now. Perhaps it might involve the city attorney for some response about that, but I just want to make sure that there is no liability that council members who participate in this program will somehow bear, or the city would bear any responsibility for any, hopefully not, but any potentially misinterpreted conduct.
I certainly would have to look into that on the risk management side, and check with our third-party administrator on that to see kind of what the liability would be for a council member who's considered an employee of the city transporting a volunteer minor. I would have to look into that, unless City Attorney Casher, if you may have a response.
I'm happy to look into that as well, just to make sure that we have the requirements on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason I think about this for understanding is, for example, we've got an event coming up this week where some of us are going to go to Pleasant Hill, and it would be an attractive venue to also have a student intern go with us. Easy enough for us to offer a ride, but is that acceptable or not? And I simply don't know, and I think it behooves us to understand better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Councilmember Sasai, did you have your questions and comments answered, or?
Yes, I have a motion prepared. If I can.
Absolutely, sure.
Great. I'll make a motion to direct staff to return with options to provide compensation to interns, including a revised volunteer program and policy that will allow for stipends.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second with discussion. I'd like to kind of understand a little bit more about scope, right, for the interns to be friendly amendment to be added to that. And as part of that, I'm wondering if those options can also include actual positions, 20-hour part-time positions as kind of that mark. I am a product of student internships when I was in college, and they were very helpful. And I do know that Pinole did have a student intern. I think they were working on the bikeways back with Tamara. So I think they are productive. I think that, but I think this student intern was a college student. So I saw in here that they were 18 and over. So I want to make sure that we hold that. So we're working with an adult who potentially might be, working for the summer or whatnot. But I think interns are extremely valuable to the city, and we should be exploring a full program for that. So I support the motion. I guess these comments could be added as additional scope if possible.
Councilmember Sasai, can you repeat your motion? I heard it too quickly, or didn't hear it.
Can I ask for Councilor Tave's amendment as well?
So I would amend for a defined scope, and to add to the options a permanent, or not a permanent, but a full-time employee or a part-time employee, I'm sorry, not to exceed 20 hours as one of the options for compensation.
The addition would be a part-time employee limited to 20 hours.
Limited to 20 hours.
If I may, just add some info, Mike. So we already have a classification for a paid intern. So that already exists, just like all of our other employee classifications. There just hasn't been a budget assigned for that role or assigned to any departments. So it's like having a management analyst classification among our city classifications, but that hasn't been assigned to a department or budget. So we right now have the city council has the capacity to fund an intern position. None of the city departments have identified that as a need at this time, but that mechanism already exists. The thing that's different regarding the way that we have envisioned the city council internship program is there are limitations on which employees city council members can supervise in the municipal code. So if the high school interns are volunteers, and that would include if they receive a stipend, then they're not being supervised by council members, and that works okay within the municipal code. If they become paid employees, the municipal code has limitations on the city council supervising that. So there's already a mechanism for paying interns. The city council would like the city to have interns. We could have a dialogue about what departments they might be placed in. But this issue of volunteers for the city council in particular that would be a separate policy and we could come back with we need city council approval to provide a stipend to those folks. That could be a standalone council action. Is council approved by resolution, paying certain voluntary interns a stipend of X amount if they meet certain criteria, and that could be level of effort or something like that.
Okay, I guess with that information, I'll withdraw my amendment and just let it stand where it is, providing options for volunteers.
And can we, just so that we're clear, can we repeat the motion for me? Probably the
Sure. And really quickly, did you still want the amendment for the defined scope to come back to council?
If you can include that in the motion, I think we're gonna have that discussion once it comes back. But yeah, if we can include that, then staff can outline some options.
Sounds good. I'll make a motion to direct staff to return with options to provide compensation to interns, including a revised volunteer program and policy that will allow for stipends, as well as a defined scope that would be returning to council.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions or other comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Sasai. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. I think we need a motion it's a receiver report. Do we need a motion to approve the report as well? I mean, it's just.
We have been taking a motion, so we can.
We should probably, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a motion just to approve item 9J?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I'll second. Any questions? City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, great. Thank you, council. And that brings us to item number 10, which is our public hearings. We have 10A, which is the first reading of ordinance adopting a military equipment.
Excuse us, Mayor. We were just discussing whether the rest of the consent calendar was approved, and I believe that we did. Yes.
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
Thank you. And which I'm so sorry, I lost track. Oh, 10A, first reading of ordinance adopting a military equipment policy and approving renewal of chapter 2.60 military equipment policy of the Pinole Municipal Code and review of 2022-2023 annual report in compliance with AB 481. This is Sergeant Mr. Crone and also Chief Gang. Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to say thank you again, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to come before you today and present our AB 481 requirements. I'm going to have Lieutenant Crone, who's our project manager on this project. He worked diligently with our city attorney's office. So just the help of Erica and Eric was a great collaboration to be able to present this tonight to you. So I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Crone and we'll be available for questions after.
Great. Thank you. Hi, Lieutenant Crone. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Get my notes here and we'll get you through this. So much of this presentation mimics last year. It's a little bit of a review, so I pardon me for being a little redundant from last year, but I think it sets the stage for where we're at today. Last year, we complied with AB 481. You can go ahead and, oh, there you go. Thank you. It was approved by Governor Newsom in 2021, and it was adopted in May of 2022, requiring each law enforcement agency's governing body to adopt a written military use policy by ordinance prior to the acquisition and use of any military equipment, and the approval of such a policy for the continued use of the existing military equipment. Next, please. In that process, the Pinole Police Department established Department Policy 707. That policy outlines the guidelines for approval, acquisition, and reporting of military use equipment. That policy was developed with Lexipol, which is a law enforcement risk management group, and also in collaboration with regional law enforcement agencies that are adopted the same policy, same type of policy governing military use equipment. Next, please. So a little bit of an overview. The policy specifically addresses military equipment definition, policy violations, military equipment coordinator and duties, military equipment inventory, approval of the policy, coordination with other law enforcement agencies, our annual report, and community engagement, which also includes hearing community concerns and complaints, and the policy and the procedure in which we would do that. The list, next please, the list of military use equipment that Pinole Police Department possesses is mine resistant ambush protected vehicles, commonly known as an MRAP. It's emergency rescue vehicle, ERV, and we'll refer to that later in the annual report as well. Unmanned remotely piloted powered ground vehicles. We have an iRobot PackBot. Command and control vehicle, which is a universal trailer. Semi-automatic rifles and ammunition. Colt AR-15 utilizing 223 ammunition. Pepper ball launcher and projectiles. Pepper ball VKS carbine. 2% PAVA ball, glass breaker, and training, and then less lethal shotgun and beanbag projectiles, utilizing Remington 870, less lethal 12 gauge shotgun platform, and CTS Super Shock beanbag round. As you can see on the bottom there, the Colt AR-15 rifles and ammunition are standard issue rifles. They are exempt from AB 481, but in the interest of transparency, we list that as part of our military use equipment. Next, please. The approval and implementation timeline. So in May of 2022, we adopted the ordinance, or the City Council adopted the ordinance under 2022-02. In April of 23, we conducted our annual audit and annual report was completed. May 1st, the annual report was published. And then here we are today, May 16th, public hearing review of policy, annual report and ordinance. And then in June 6th, we'll have a second reading and for review for approval of the ordinance. So into the annual report. I know you have the annual report before you. I won't go through every page here, but I will give you just an overview of that. The annual report does contain a summary of how the military equipment was used, summary of any complaints or concerns, the results of any audits or violations of military equipment, cost, maintenance and upgrades, and also any projected acquisitions. Next, please. Under purchases and maintenance, we conducted maintenance and internal upgrades on the rifles. That amounted to approximately $6,300. Deferred maintenance on the emergency response vehicle was conducted. It's also about $6,300. And we also conducted some routine maintenance of our pepper ball system. The training, we conducted departmental-wide training with the patrol rifle, as well as utilize the emergency rescue vehicle, our ERV, when we held and hosted a active shooter response training, which was held out at the high school. That was conducted by the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, which came out and conducted that. Event and incident use. We had no incidents within this annual report annual report period in which the militarized use equipment was used in an incident. All uses of the equipment, as you can see here, were all as part of community events that we were participated in or hosted, such as the Pinole Car Show, 4th of July, Bike the Bridges, National Night Out, and so on. And I'm sure many of you were there at those events and saw us hosting and using that equipment. During this annual report period, we received no community complaints or concerns, nor were there any violations of the policy regarding military use equipment. Projected military equipment acquisition for 23-24. We anticipate an expenditure of approximately $4,000 that will be for replenishment of ammunition that would be used during training. And that would be contained within the existing budget. That's not a new acquisition or request for funds. Per the law, Findings to be made by council is the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative. The proposed military equipment and policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The equipment is cost effective compared to available alternatives, and prior military equipment use complied with the policy that was in effect, or if it did not comply, corrective action has been taken to remedy non-conforming issues. And turn it over to you, council, for any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Tate?
So no, you mentioned events. How many trainings do we do in region? Last year we talked about this being a regional asset and being part of a larger effort if something were to happen in neighboring cities. How is that training or orchestrated? I mean, the one at the high school, I would imagine is internal. But how do we incorporate that regional aspect?
Yeah, no, good question. So the training, the active shooter training that took place at the high school was actually a regional training. So it was hosted by the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC. And as part of that training, we had agencies throughout that included agencies that were in Contra Costa and Alameda County. So we had other agencies that were part of that network. So it allowed for that regional training aspect.
Thank you for that. And then are there any other vehicles that can supplement or I guess be used other than the MRAP? I mean, I know this is an asset that we have. The costs are low compared to buying another asset, but just trying to figure out, like, are there other vehicles that that the department could use that will serve kind of the same purpose?
No, good question. So there's a variety of law enforcement focused vehicles that provide some level of protection to personnel, right? I think that's the basis of the question, right? So the advantage of the emergency response vehicle is its sheer size. The size of the tires, the way the suspension and the vehicle is configured. One of the biggest benefits of this particular type of vehicle is its height. So we are in an environment that is subject to flooding or the potential for flooding or some type of natural disaster that would require a vehicle to traverse either high flood waters or, ravine type environment or flood or, washout type environment. Most other law enforcement focused vehicles that provide some type of also protection do not have the ground clearance that the emergency response vehicle would provide. You may have seen something or heard of something like a Bearcat. You've maybe heard of that. It's a light armored vehicle that's much smaller in size. Think more like a, kind of a small semi truck type vehicle, but a little more on a smaller scale. They're not designed to, they're designed for small scale rescue type. One is because of their capacity, where you can only fit a handful of people, whereas emergency response vehicle, I think during the training we fit, I think, almost 20 some people inside of that vehicle. So it has a large capacity. And then they're not designed to be able to transverse, high flood waters or washouts and that type of thing.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for the report.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes, thank you, Lieutenant Crone, for the report, and great to meet you in person.
Same.
Also, thank you, Chief Gang, for being here and open to answering questions for us. A lot of the questions I'm going to have is going to be around community engagement and public opinion and sort of what the community feels about these equipments being used by our police force. The first question I want to ask, though, is around data. Is there any national data that supports the idea that specifically the MRAP decreases likelihood of an active shooting? Or in the event of an active shooting would decrease the casualties?
You're asking for specific national data? Or statistics?
Any data, local, county, state, federal, that would support that?
Yeah, I would have to research that if you're looking for specific data points. That's not something I prepared.
Okay, or general data as well. One of the slides, I think it was page 10, details all the events and incidents where military equipment was deployed. They were all special events. So I wanted to ask, is the purpose of having specifically the MRAP at these events, is that for educational purposes to sort of have those conversations with the public in terms of the benefits of this to our community? Or is there more to that?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So is the question whether there's an educational component to having the equipment there? Excuse me.
Well, that, and also, are there any other reasons why you would have that equipment at these different community events?
Okay, no, I think I understand your question. So, for example, I'll give you National Night Out as an example. That's one of the, we host that with the city, obviously, and other departments, and I think it's a pretty good celebration of what Pinole has to offer. Part of that is showcasing the equipment that the police department has to protect this community. It includes not only the ERV, but also our command center and robot and motorcycles and cars and all kinds of equipment that we have. So a lot of that is educational because it allows the public to engage with us in a pretty relaxed environment. We give tours of the ERV so people can see how it operates. They can see the capacity that it has. So in an environment like that, it is primarily educational, right? It is to showcase what we have and what services we're providing in the community. When you look at an event like the car show, for example, it serves two purposes. One is to showcase the equipment and level of protection and safety that the police department provides through that equipment. But the other is a very practical application. So we've heard and seen some of the tragic incidents of where there's festivals or parades and people have chosen, rather than a firearm, they've chosen a vehicle in which to try to inflict damage or death into that type of environment. For our car show, we have thousands of people out on the street, right? In a very vulnerable position. The MRAP, the ERV, poses a significant barrier to somebody using a vehicle as a ram in that environment. So in that environment, it serves as to protect the public as well. Does that make sense?
Yes, gotcha. Well, on the last point about, specifically the Pinole car show and the benefit of having that MRAP there to protect citizens who are walking there and St. Apple Avenue in that aspect. City fleet, not the size of an MRAP would be a working alternative. Wouldn't it be? Or, maybe any selection from a city fleet or a combination of them, that would be, I guess, effective in preventing that type of situation from happening.
Is that the question regarding that? Yeah. No, I think any large vehicle is a deterrent, right? Would it be as effective as a vehicle that size? No, it would not. It also would not have the rescue capacity. If we were to have an event like that, the ability to effectively get people out of that type of mass casualty event, or to bring resources in, no, those kind of vehicles would not meet that need.
Gotcha. My last question is around public input. And I know that we haven't had any complaints, community concerns, internal investigations for the use of our militarized equipment. What has the conversations been like with the community when you have this people at public events? Is it positive, negative? Is it more curiosity? And more specifically, what has the conversations been like with communities who've been, I guess, most impacted by law enforcement in a negative way?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think what we've seen is, it ranges from, wide-eyed curiosity, right, to something they've never, from something they've never seen to genuine interest and appreciation for what we have. I've been at, if not all of these, most of these community events, and I've never heard a negative comment regarding the equipment. Now that's anecdotal, I understand that. But we do engage with the community quite a bit at these, and if, when you've been out there, you see how we interact with people, and I have pretty high confidence that if there was a negative connotation or stigma attached to any of these pieces of equipment, we would hear it in some way. Our the citizens of Pinole are pretty engaged. And I think we present a platform in which people can engage with us on multiple levels. And we receive positive feedback on a continual basis. And I've never received anything, or nor have I heard of any apprehension or concern. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that at all, but I've never had that experience, and the people that we've worked with and been out in the community, I've never heard of that either. So.
Gotcha. Thank you for explaining that last point. And also acknowledging that there may be some different opinions about this vehicle out there, and maybe you haven't experienced it. But it's important to note that, but also in my time speaking with people about this vehicle, yeah, I think there may be a level of uncomfortability critiquing the police to the police. And that's really a point that I've gotten from a few of our constituents who are Black and Brown families here in Pinole. Levels of uncomfortability with this vehicle being at public events. It may be because you're in uniform and I'm not, you know, and the willingness of people to speak up on those issues and be critical of it. But thank you again for taking the time to answer my questions. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, any questions?
Excuse me, Mayor, can I just?
Oh, of course.
add
I'm
a
so
point?
sorry. Of course.
And I apologize, Council. So just to touch on the previous question, one of the things that I think it's really important to understand is that this vehicle is not a proactive tool for the police department. It's a reactive tool. It is strictly for response to an emergency. And the typical questions are around what you said. And we understand that there's going to be a part of our community that is intimidated by like a piece of equipment such as that. When you said, have we heard feedback? Last year, we actually did. Mr. Menace brought up some points, and we actually had some great conversations that really explained the concerns behind that. One of the goals of having these at these events is to have them opened up, have people come through, actually take a tour, have the children come sit in there. What we want people to do is to understand the reason why this is here. And I've said this since I've been a police chief. The biggest concern is active shooter at the high school. Now, there is no other police vehicle, there's no public works vehicle that's going to be able to have people extracted at 20 or 25 people at a time. So having this tool available for that, particularly with what we're seeing around our country going on with active shooters, particularly at schools, we want to be able to have this tool there. So having these there and having an educational component where we can demystify why these are there. So that's typically what the questions are. Why do we need something like this in Pinole? Well, we quickly explain the reason why we have these. To touch on and just raise it at a higher level, when we asked about the regional approach, we've had regional requests for this vehicle. It didn't meet what our expectations what the vehicle would be used for, and they were denied that. There were people who wanted to use it for SWAT entries. There were people that wanted to use it for proactive service of warrants. We denied it. It didn't meet our expectations and certainly didn't meet our policy expectations. So we're really strict in how this vehicle is going to be used, and certainly very, I would say, understanding that there's going to be people in our community that just aren't going to understand the purpose behind it. But that's why we're willing to always have open conversations. And that's the reason why we have it out at these events for people to come in where they're not going to call us and come in right on their own free will. But maybe while they're at an event like the National Night Out or another event that we have, they're willing to have those conversations with us. And that's what we're hoping for. Just having open conversations, maybe not agreeing why we have it, but understanding the reason, the purpose behind it is to save lives. And that's the reason why we have it.
Thank you. I appreciate that approach. And I'll close that by saying the more I've gotten to know you, Chief Gang, and then have these conversations, the more I've come to respect you and your approach. One thing that always struck me was that you always prioritize the preservation of life here in our community. I share that in the way that I approach things like street safety, all the way to public safety. So that's a through line for myself, and I look forward to having more of these conversations with you. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, did you have questions?
I certainly do. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your presentation, Lieutenant, Chief Gang. Additional to the report made to us tonight in council and this being public document, who else receives a report like what you presented tonight? Officially,
Officially, that goes
or
on our,
required per law, pardon me.
yeah, it goes on our website. So it's open to anybody from the public can receive this or have access to it.
Okay. Other agencies additional to the city?
I'm not quite sure I understand. the
Does
question.
the law require that reports like the one that you just made be shared with other agencies outside of a local police department?
No, it requires that we share it with the council and that we make it public. So anybody can access it at any time.
Thank you. Okay, with regard to the regional training that happened at the high school, thank you for that. How frequently is that kind of training conducted?
We did it once last year. We always look for collaborative type training environments. Those type of exercises are expensive and require collaboration with other agencies. So I don't have a defined answer for how often we do that. We try to do it as often as possible, but there are limitations to the frequency based on logistics and costs and equipment.
Thank you. And I realize as well that we're essentially, there's just been a short term in response to the law. So we're just going into the second year of having to conduct the training and the reporting and the collection of information for the assembly bill, right?
Yes, correct.
So I attended a statewide meeting mid-April, specifically that was about partnership and collaboration in response to safety on campuses. There are different sentiments about what approach ought to be taken throughout the state and in different communities. But overall, and the participants of this meeting were elected individuals, both for city government as well as for school districts. And the demographics was such that among the audience, they represented different demographic groups. And some of them were a combination of electeds and parents. And it was the parents who were elected officials who had the opportunity to be there, who commented after the presentation that was made by members of the police department. In this case, one thing it was from San Bernardino. And there's a history in San Bernardino about active shooting, not on the school ground, but elsewhere in a public facility. And the experience that was shared by the presenters, as well as the audience participants or the audience members, was to continue working on a much needed collaboration and partnership beyond the local police department, who is trained to conduct as best possible programs that would prevent the loss of life. And so thank you for doing what you have done in response to this, even to the single bill. It's not the only thing that you have been doing all along to try to encourage those partnerships. I can't recall the date when we had a presentation by members of the school district whose sentiments are a little different from what is necessary to thwart the possibility of active shooters. But I firmly believe that we need to do as best we can in combination with whatever attitude or sentiments there may be, along with the necessary and essential performance that is required by trained personnel in case we needed to do that, in case you needed to do that. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We'll open the public comment hearing now. Yes, Councilmember Tate will go, and then I will open the public comment.
I just want to, something that struck me after the chief, you spoke. I think there's a couple of dimensions that I don't know are reflected too well in the presentation, was the training that's being used with the MRAP. I mean, the discussion after the questions kind of flushed out that we are doing that regional training, which I didn't really capture too much in the report. And the other dimension was how many times the MRAP was not used, right? Where there was an assessment, went through the process and decided that that asset is not, or not used for whatever reason. Sounds like it was just strictly our policy, which in this, in the council world, that way it worked, right? Or at least reflected what the city and council was looking for, the community was looking for. I know that has a tendency to change as policy changes, but I think it's two dimensions that maybe can be considered as to being reported.
Thank you. Understood.
Thank you. We'll open up the public comment hearing. Are there any public comments this evening on this item?
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Murphy, council members. I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Chief Gang, for that presentation. So I looked at this presentation and all the questions that was already asked. So I'm hoping that the council will deliberate on this, to adopt to waive the first reading of this, this ordinance. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, we have Rafael Menace.
Good evening. So this time around, I actually don't have questions about the MRAP. I know there are still people in the community who have concerns about it, but I think they've been addressed. My concerns are with the ground-based robot versus drones. Basically, it's my understanding that the ground-based robot is basically like a thing on tracks that can manipulate objects. I don't recall whether it was mentioned in the initial report or not. I think it might not have been, but I guess, are there any limitations in policy as to the lethal use of that robot? Because I know in some contexts, tracked vehicles with manipulation have been used to take proactive lethal responses to certain situations by police departments. So I wanted to check and see whether policy covered that, and if so, what the policy was on that topic. And secondly, with regard to finding number 2 listed on page number 281, policy will safeguard public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. One potential military use that doesn't seem to be listed here, and I'm not sure whether it's because drones count as dual use or whether drones will fall under a separate policy or not. But I noticed that drones weren't on this list. And I seem to recall, though I can't say exactly where I'm recalling it from, the city was considering having drones be part of either the city's resource toolbox more generally or the police department's toolbox in specific. And I was wondering whether that would fall under this military use policy. And if it didn't, what policy it would fall under. So we could check and make sure that it fell within, sort of balancing the police department's need to secure public safety with the public's right to, privacy and civil liberties and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we do have a telephone caller. Last 4 numbers 5748. Please go ahead and state your name and city of residence.
Excuse me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Anthony, longtime citizen and taxpayer of Pinole of over 40 years. I have a few questions and concerns that I think represent some of my friends, neighbors, and the community of Pinole with regard to that heavy equipment. I think it's called the MRAP machine or whatever it is. I heard that machine is a very expensive machine. Do we have maintenance fees associated with that? Is there insurance that we have to take up on that machine? And I know that kind of a machine equipment is in higher demand in several larger cities, but a city of our size like Pinole, under 20,000 people, I don't think we have the infrastructure to really support that on a full-time basis with that kind of equipment and machine. Granted, it's great for something like what they talked about at a high school, But wouldn't it be more prudent to lease or rent a machine from another neighboring city that can afford to maintain it, or might even want to buy it from us? I heard they go for hundreds of thousands of dollars of sorts or something like that, and that we could better use those funds for that equipment and for that machine to have better public health and safety problems and issues addressed around that involve the police department in our city by having maybe one or two more full-time police officers on the road and street, or along with their vehicles that can operate as well, and have some active shot spotters for active shooters positioned throughout our on-ramps and off-ramps and throughout our major thoroughfares, be it Pinole Valley Road, APN, Fitzgerald Drive, and security cams of that nature. And as well as the request for a satellite substation, either during
Sir,
the
you have
holiday
30
season from
seconds.
like September, October through January or February, or a regular full-time, part-time police satellite substation on Fitzgerald Drive that I think the city council and mayor should address in lieu of having that big MRAP machine equipment as an alternative. And do we have a plan for like side shows? I don't think we have one. I'd like to know the police.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Well, in that case, we'll close public comment period for this item and go back to council for questions, or Lieutenant Crone or Chief Gang for any follow-ups. I think three comments that we heard were, if you can speak to what I heard as lethalness of iRobots is one item. Number two, I know you mentioned it, but if you can just repeat around the MRAP maintenance costs.
Sure, absolutely.
And then the third was the connection, if the military policy would help, military use policy supports any sideshows that we may have in the future or have had in Pinole.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Regarding the lethality robot or use of a robot in a lethality environment, no, our policy does not authorize that. The Pinole Police Department use of force policy does not authorize that. There's nothing within the military use policy that authorizes that. So it is not an authorized use of any of that type of equipment.
MRAP maintenance you mentioned.
Yeah, so as you saw in the annual report, we spend approximately $6,000 in annual or in maintenance for the MRAP. Part of that was since we acquired the MRAP, there's been little to no maintenance done on that piece of equipment. So it was really catch up deferred maintenance. Our anticipated annual cost is about $1,000 of maintenance, which is consistent with what we would expect. When we had the maintenance performed, it had been a while. And so a heavy piece of equipment like that required more. We had to replace the batteries, filters, and all kinds of internal maintenance, and that became pretty expensive real quick, but we don't anticipate that being the case moving forward.
Thank you. And then the last was around how the military use policy may support addressing sideshows or have.
Yeah, from our perspective, those are two completely different environments. The military use equipment is equipment we would use as specified in the annual report, preservation of life. Most notably in those type of environments. Sideshows deal primarily with traffic issues, not that life isn't at risk at some of those. We've heard of some of those type situations, but there really would not be an direct application for military use equipment in a sideshow environment unless something escalated to, an unforeseen, unanticipated level. But typically that's handled at the patrol and with traffic type enforcement.
All right, thank you. So we'll go back to council. Are there any other questions? If not, we'll take a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
I have one question. Can you address the acquisition cost of the equipment, the MRAP equipment?
Yes, I'd be happy to. That was addressed in the original report last year as well. Give me just a second. I'll pull that up on the inventory.
If I may, in the interim, add a little information to address a public comment, which was about the use of drones. So the member of the public's correct. The city staff is drafting two separate drone policies that it'll bring to the city council for approval. One is for drone use in a police environment. The city police department doesn't currently have a drone or operate drones, and police department, as well as all other city staff, are aware of and sensitive to privacy concerns related to drones. So they're in the midst of drafting a policy that we'll bring to the city council for its consideration. Similarly, we're drafting a policy for non-police use of drones. That's primarily inspired by PCTV's desire to use that to film community events and get footage, but there might be other applications like building inspections, inspections related to public safety issues like natural disasters. So yes, we're intending in this upcoming fiscal year to bring two different drone policies to city council for consideration.
Thank you, City Manager Murray.
To address your question, so the cost of the equipment was zero through the LESO program. Obviously, there's acquisition costs because things require to be transported and that kind of thing. It was about $9,000 in total acquisition costs, but the equipment itself was zero. So if the equipment was ever to go we were able to get rid of the equipment or it was to go away, then that would have to be returned to the program. So there's no inherent financial value to it other than the fact that we've acquired it and that we have paid to maintain it.
Yes, Councilmember Sasai.
I have one question and also a comment. I'm not sure if you want me to make that right now or, okay, sure. One of the points you brought up about the usefulness of the MRAP is its capabilities when there's a flood specifically. Have you had any, at least, exploration into Confire to see if they had any vehicles that are capable of withstanding wildfire or flood in the situation?
I haven't had that specific conversation. I think it'd be worth a conversation. Obviously, they would have things that would withstand fire. It's I would hope that they would anyways.
So too.
But I'm not familiar with what the extent of their capacity regarding a vehicle to traverse flooded waters. I think it's worth having a conversation, but I have not had that one.
Gotcha. Thanks for answering the question. I appreciate it. I guess the comment I had to make before we go to vote on this is on page 281 of the agenda packet at the very top. There is a little blurb there about sort of the conditions in which the city council can adopt this policy. I'll read it really quickly. It's under AB 481, the city council may only approve the policy if it makes specific findings regarding the equipment, including safeguards, cost effectiveness, reasonableness of use, and fiscal impact. Specifically, city council must make all of the following findings. The first one that I'd like to point out is the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. When I was a student at UC Davis, I had the great opportunity to meet with Davis City Mayor Gloria Partida, and she was on the council at a time when they voted to discontinue the use policy for their militarized equipment, and they did have an MRAP just like ours. And what they did was they voted to dispose of that and instead purchase a commuter van that's bulletproof that could, in active shooter situations, transport students or anybody in the same capacity as the MRAPs. So in that regard, I do believe that there are reasonable alternatives. The second is in the case of flooding or wildfire, I do know that Confire does have a rescue vehicle, International 7400, and in the manual it does state that it is fitting for rescue in fire, flood, earthquake, storm, or any situation of the sort. So that's available through Confire, and the vehicle itself is also available for purchase for jurisdictions. So I do believe that there are reasonable alternatives. Second point I want to make too is Chief Gang also you sort of described these equipment as sort of reactive. And I think that's sort of the problem I have here is that it's a reactive policy or asset when, when you talk about these concerns about flooding or mainly about active shootings. We have to make sure that we focus on preventative measures, right? If God forbid, hypothetically, happen that there's an active shooting here in our community, the question I would ask wasn't, did we have an MRAP vehicle? The question would be, for me at least, I know I'm very proud of the way our council is involved in legislative advocacy. Did we advocate for state and federal legislation to implement sensible gun control legislation? Did we take opportunities with the county to partner and have gun buyback programs, as did San Mateo County, with very excellent results? And lastly, did we collaborate with the DA's office or AG's office to get ghost guns out the streets? Another point I want to make too also is, did we feel the need for more mental health professionals in our schools? I know it's missing because I talked with the faculty and the staff there and their principal. Those are the type of preventative solutions we have to invest in as a council. But mainly for at least my explanation of my vote on this, I do know that there are possibly reasonable alternatives to this equipment that we're discussing. And just because, a policy is more affordable doesn't make it the best policy, right? Especially when some of these pieces of equipment do increase tension with the community and the police at a time when it's heightened. So that's my comment I want to say before we go to a vote. But thank you for the presentation and being willing to have this conversation.
Thank you. Are there any other? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I want to just kind of counter that with something to think about, that if we have a storm event and there's flooding in Pinole, there's also going to be flooding in Danville, in San Ramon, in all of those other communities. And there may only be one piece of equipment that Con Fire has, and there's no say that we're going to get to use it. Also, when it talks about a reasonable alternative, if we were to purchase one of those vehicles or the, bulletproof van, there's a cost associated with that. And there is not an additional cost associated with what we have. So we have to keep that in mind as far as, the equipment that we have, the cost. And, I realize it's a big piece of equipment. The work that the police department is doing with their public outreach to educate folks on the need and the fact that we have this piece of equipment and it's been exercised out at the high school with, a joint regional training. That kind of provides the, I think the justification for this piece of equipment to be in our region, whether or not it needs to be in Pinole or what, but, whether it's Pinole hosts it or Hercules hosts it or San Pablo, it needs to be available to not only the citizens of Pinole, but the region in the event of an emergency.
All right. Of course you can. Yeah. I was going to say, Councilmember Safai, I thought Councilmember Chase had a before, or if not, we'll go to Councilmember Safai. But yes, we can.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, I'm just making sure. And then Councilmember Safai.
Sure. I guess to go off of Mayor Pro Tem Thomas' point, mutual aid isn't exclusive to just our community, right? There are other cities. We're not the only city in the county that has these MRAP vehicles. San Pablo has one, is that correct? Last time I checked, they still have their MRAP vehicle. They don't. Which other, I'm curious to see what other cities do have MRAP vehicle and that would still be available to us through the mutual aid process. Once again, I appreciate the approach to this. At the very same time, I can't support a militarization policy, especially when that was composed during a time and for the purpose of combating the war on drugs, which did over incarcerate Black and brown people here in the US and over police their communities. So that's the way I look at this. But once again, I respect everybody's different opinions on this. So thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions, comments, motions?
Comment?
Discussion, Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Comment, yes. The interest in gun control and any other equipment that's so largely accessible to any one of us, and for which we really need reform at federal and state level, I applaud and I would support. I think, however, that as you have begun to delve into even how council operates, it's a long way coming before we actually see any of that type of reform. It's been the case nationally, as you probably are aware, with a number of incidents to which even our congressional representatives have attempted to do something about and have not succeeded. And so until that day comes when we may have a reform that makes sense and that makes it, well, simply I'll leave it as that, whatever that means. I think concurrently we need other approaches, and we happen to have this because we don't have the other. So that's how I see the ongoing need to do something about making our city safe, because there are many ways that they can be unsafe. And increasingly, one of the realities is with the lack of gun accessibility reform, even the lack of training to make guns available to any one of us, there needs to be reform there, right? My understanding is that one can buy, I can order one today and get a gun in a couple of days without even having a certified trainer training. Now that's awful. And but that's the reality. And we need to do something about that. Sure, we can talk about that more. But I think tonight's discussion is about having, bearing in mind that given the conditions that we live in, there is an approach that we're taking in, and that our police department is so aware of the situation that we find ourselves in. Those of you who are trained to operate what we do have available, along with those of us who are not trained and who are as vulnerable to the kinds of occurrences that could affect our lives.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Sure, I'd like to move that we approve the 2022-2023 annual military equipment report and waive the full reading and introduce by title only an ordinance approving and readopting the military equipment use policy as stated in chapter 2.60 military equipment policy of the Pinole Municipal Code in compliance with AB 481.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the motion?
Just discussion. Listening to the conversation, I just wanted to say that, we did have, Miles Hall Act, with the 811. We did have mental health background checks for people purchasing weapons. I like the gun buyback idea. Those are other ways that our community can help try to at least, combat that, or at least reduce the risk of, and when I say that, it's like we're reducing risk, right? And having these conversations are part of that, having the coffee with the cop, having, the discussions in the AMRAP out there so that those discussions can happen. There has been progress at the local level, and I know that we're looking for some federal silver bullet to take care of all of this, and I don't think that's going to come from the top like that. I think it has to start in the community. It has to start. We're the closest to the people, right? And I think those conversations need to happen. To hear that there are people in the community, because I've heard those comments as well, where people are just uneasy with an MRAP. They came up to me and talked about like, why is this thing here? And I try to give the best explanation I can, but there is this kind of, I don't want to have the discussion. When I say that, I mean, like people have this like, well, I don't want to have a discussion with the officer about it. So there is this weird kind of, well, what is this military piece of equipment doing here? I think the more we can educate people, the better off we are, until we start to see some of these tragedies go down, but nationally we're seeing them go up. And that's a scary thing, especially in our community, just having kids in the schools and knowing that daily, like you can be that parent that gets that call. That's why, for me, I'm for this. I think it's good. I think the chief and lieutenant gave a really good presentation, but I just wanted to make those comments because this is not an easy conversation. This has been a conversation going on. I mean, since the country started, right? So, I mean, like, this isn't something that I think the country has left the conversation and come back to it, left it and come back to it. But I also think, like, in a city, do you really need an AR-15 or AR, one of these automatic weapons? I mean, like, sitting in your house, I'm not sure, right? I mean, it seems a little much. But if you're in a rural city, you might want to have your kid walk into school with a rifle. And you know what I mean? Just because there's coyotes and there's animals. I saw a coyote run across the tracks here in Pinole. I mean, it's a little off-putting, but just to see that in the city. So I think these conversations still need to keep going. I'm really a fan of this Assembly Bill 481 because it makes us have that conversation every year. So if there is, God forbid, an incident that does come up, we can have that conversation in an open forum like this with our community. So I think moving forward on an annual basis is a great thing. I'm for this moving forward. So I just wanted to make those comments so that we as a council too, my colleagues, like we do have this conversation annually and make it a priority. So that's all I have, man.
All right, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? Of course.
Councilor Tavy do talk about you have kids. There's a constant worry for you, I'm sure. It's one that I empathize with because I'm of the generation that had to grow up with these active shooting drills. And I believe Devin as well, right? Mayor Murphy, you have as well. And that's something that is totally unique to this generation. So I do empathize. And I remember being a student at DVC. I went to Contra Costa College, both in DVC, and getting that warning text from police in the area that there was an active shooting, and feeling my heart drop in that moment. And then wondering, do I have to, text my parents, that something's about to happen. So I do empathize with that. Once again, I always try to look for all the possible alternatives that don't increase tension between the community and the police, but instead build trust. So I appreciate this conversation, and I hope to have more of these conversations coming back to the council every year. Thank you.
All right, any other questions on the motion, comments? City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Any other, well, that's the reading. It'll come back to us at the next council meeting. Thank you, Lieutenant Crone, and thank you, Chief Gang, for your answering questions. All right, item number 10B, which is our resolution adopting updated user and regulatory fees in the master fee schedule. We have Director Guillory on this item. Good evening.
Evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and members of the City Council, staff and members of the public. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I just have a verbal report. I'll provide an overview for the master fee schedule. So staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the updated user and regulatory fees and the corresponding master fee schedule. So just to provide a little bit of background, the city is authorized through its revenue policy for user fees and charges to recover its cost of providing services up to the full cost of providing those services. Some areas are subsidized, and an example would be recreation programs. But for the most part, the goal is to fully recover the cost of providing these various services. Last year, the city, in June 2022, the city did complete a comprehensive user fee study that was conducted by an external consultant that provided the city with the data on the cost to provide the various services that are provided by city departments. And at that time, those fees were updated and they went into effect on September 1st, 2022. As a normal part of the budget process, we do take a look at the master fee schedule as well as the fees and determine if there are any fee increases. If they should be done at that time. And what we do is, as a best practice and an industry practice, is to look at the change in the consumer price index over the last year. So we looked at February 2022 through February 2023 for the San Francisco, Hayward, Oakland area, the change in the CPI, and we applied that to the fees. For the most part, the fees were increased by 5% in this schedule. However, there are some fees that have limitations based on state government code. And for those, we left them as is or put them up to the rate that we could based on state law. And that includes some fees in the planning and building area. And in the staff report, we did list out the fees with changes and those that were not changed. So I won't go through each one of those, but as I mentioned, most of them did increase by the 5%. We have a few other fees that are handled a little bit differently. So the development impact fees, we have a study that is underway. So look at those. So at this time, we're not recommending any changes to the development impact fees. And also the wastewater utility fees are at this point remaining unchanged because they also go through a different review process and update process. There will be a study conducted on the wastewater utility fees, and that'll be done this fall. So with that, that concludes my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Sasai?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Councilmember Tate? All right, no questions. I will open it to public comment. Any comments from the public on this item?
Yes, we do have Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me now, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler and I am a Richmond resident. So thank you, Finance Director Guillory, for that report. So I looked at the resolution and I don't see what's wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with this. So I'm hoping that the council will adopt the resolution as presented by staff. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay, we'll close out public comment this for item 10B. Go back to council for comments, questions, or motions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the motion?
Thank you for preparing the report.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. That brings us to item 11, old business. We have none tonight. So it brings us to item 12A, which is our 10-year general fund status quo financial forecast for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 through fiscal year 2032 through 33. I am, yes. And this is going to Director Guillory. Thank you.
Hello again. We have a presentation here. Just wait for that to be loaded. Next slide, please. So for this item, I will be presenting an overview of the 10-year general fund status quo financial forecast for the fiscal years 2023-24 through fiscal year 2032-33. And staff's recommendation for this item is for the City Council to receive this report. Next. So as a best practice amongst government agencies as well as private business, it's to create a long-term financial forecast The purpose of a long-term forecast is to estimate future revenues and expenditures based on a set of assumptions, and based on also current conditions. So things that we know about existing conditions and applying those to anticipated future activities, as well as the operating environment over the long term. It provides a longer term perspective of the city's fiscal condition. So it goes beyond just the annual budget year and provides a longer term view. It identifies future financial opportunities and challenges and allows us to take a proactive approach to start to address those opportunities and challenges through the annual budget process. Important to note that the long-term forecast is not a budget, but it does serve as a valuable planning and decision-making tool for budget development. Next slide. So background as far as the city of Pinole in its creation of the long-term financial forecast. For several years now, the city has created a 5-year forecast as part of the long-term financial plan and as a part of the budget process. The city has focused on the status quo forecast for the general fund that estimates the city's future revenues and expenditures if the city maintains status quo service levels. So that would be the current service levels as well as staffing levels. So it doesn't take into consideration any major changes to services or any changes to the staffing levels. And the city council recently requested that staff extend the forecast from 5 years to 10 years. And this forecast will also be included in the next long-term financial plan that we are working with the consultant to create and will come before you in September. So the 10-year forecast provides the foundation. It's the baseline of where we would expect the city to be with its ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures. It doesn't take into account any of the one-time items, but provides the basis of a more extensive and comprehensive long-term financial plan. Next slide. So as an overview of the general fund 10-year financial forecast, the ongoing revenues are expected to or forecasted to grow at a slower rate than the ongoing expenditures. Revenues are growing at about 3% annually, while expenditures are growing or forecasted to grow at about 4% annually. The forecast also anticipates that the city will exhaust the assets in the pension trust fund in the fiscal year 2029-30. And then the forecast also anticipates that the general reserve will continue to grow. So what it does is the forecast does continue to show those contributions from the general fund to the general reserve fund. And this complies with the city's policy to maintain a balance in the general reserve equal to 50% of total ongoing general fund revenues. So looking at a summary of the 10-year forecast, we can see from the fiscal years 2023-24 over the 10 years is that we're forecasting a deficit starting in fiscal year 2024-25, and it continues to grow through or over the 10-year term of this forecast. Also, I'd like to bring to your attention between the years 2029-30 and 2030-31, we see that there's a large jump in the forecasted deficit, and that's due to the pension trust funds being exhausted in the fiscal year 2029-30. And on the main driver of that large jump is that we won't have that transfer in to the general fund. Next slide. So to look at some of the key revenue assumptions that went into this as we created the forecast, we have our main revenue sources here, including our property tax. And this is a summary of our basis of assumption as well as our average growth rate that is reflected in the forecast. As we can see here for our property tax, we continue to work with our property tax consultant, which is HDL. And I think another point to bring up for the property tax is that we're not considering any new construction in the growth rate. And we're assuming a 3% growth rate after year 2 of the 10-year forecast. For sales tax, we work with our consultant, also HDL, on the projections, and we're projecting a 3% annual growth. Our utility users tax and franchise tax, we tend to use trend analysis, and we're looking at 4% and 1% growth respectively. The motor vehicle in lieu tax, which is tied to property tax, but for registered vehicles, We're assuming a 4% increase, again, based on HDO projections. For our transient occupancy tax, or what is also known as the hotel tax and business license, we also use trend analysis. So we look at historical trends, and we're expecting 3% and 4% respectively for those. The charges for services, this is based on an interagency agreement that the city of Pinole has with the cities of Sao Paulo and Hercules to provide dispatch services. We use the formula that is included in the current agreement. The agreement is set to expire on June 30, 2023, and the new agreement is under negotiation at this time. So that figure could change a bit by the time we adopt the final budget. For other revenues, which includes all of the other miscellaneous revenues, such as interest income, grants, fees, fines, we also use trend analysis, and we are projecting a 1% growth year over year. And then lastly, we have transfers in, and that is primarily the transfer from the pension trust, which the amount that is withdrawn from the trust each year is the difference between the budgeted costs versus the actual cost in the fiscal year 2018-19. So there's a pre-established formula that we continue to use to determine that amount. Next slide. So on the other side of the equation, looking at the key expenditure assumptions, we have our salaries and wages and benefits, which make up the majority of the expenditures budget. Salaries and wages, we're assuming a 3% cost of living adjustment. We also have a vacancy savings factor that is included in the forecast. And also this is based on the current staffing level of 116 full-time equivalents. This is 16 FTEs down from the current fiscal year, and that's due to the transition of the fire department to ComFire. For the PERS retirement, we base this on the PERS valuation reports. We also consider the employee cost sharing agreements, which the city has with all labor groups, where the employees contribute the required employee portion as well as a percentage of the city's required contribution. And then for our other benefits, we look at industry trends, mostly for those. That includes healthcare, dental, and so on. For operations and maintenance, we use an inflation factor. So the standard 3% is used for that. That's our professional and admin services, consulting services, materials and supplies, et cetera. We also have a new line added here, which is the fire services agreement with ComFire. This is built into the projection or the forecast as well. And we have a 4% inflation factor that is based on the current agreement that we have with ComFire. Also want to point out that the forecast does assume that the initial 5-year agreement will extend beyond the 5-year term. So we did forecast out 10 years for the fire services agreement. For capital outlay, we assumed a 3% inflation factor as well. And for our debt service, this is for the 2006 pension obligation bonds, which go through fiscal year 2035-36. And this is based on the long-term debt schedule. And then lastly, our transfers out, we assumed a 3% growth. And this is consistent with the inflation factor that we use for other expenditure growth. Just a reminder that the transfers out is the subsidies that the general fund provides to other funds, with the majority going to the recreation fund to subsidize its operations. Next slide. So lots of numbers here. This is also included as an attachment in the staff report, but this isn't the detailed view of the general fund 10-year forecast. This is just the revenues and expenditures. If we look at the fiscal year 2030-31, we see that we no longer show the transfers in from the pension fund because we're anticipating that the fund will have been exhausted by that point. Also going down to the last line, which shows the surplus and deficit, we see that the fiscal year 2023-24 baseline budget is shown as balanced. And then the years after that, the deficit continues to grow, again, with a major jump between 2029-30 and 2030-31 due to us no longer making the transfer from the pension trust. Next slide. And then this is just an overview of the fund balances. So we have 3 main reserve funds. We have the funds that remain in the general fund. This is what we call the unassigned fund balance. It's the unrestricted residual fund balance. And as we can see, we continue to have a pretty healthy fund balance. We're making contributions to the general reserve. However, in the fiscal year 2030-31, we do see a negative fund balance in the general fund if we didn't make any changes at that point. The next pot is the pension trust fund, and it shows the withdrawals over time going through 2029-30. And then lastly, we have our general reserve balance, and the general reserve fund again is separate from the general fund and complies with the city's cash reserve policy. That continues to grow and complies with the policy. And as I mentioned before, if we look up at the general fund balance, we see that we continue to make contributions to the general reserve balance over the 10-year forecast. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation on the forecast. The next steps in this process would be for us to incorporate the financial forecast into the next version of the long-term financial plan. As I mentioned, we're working with a consultant on strategic long-term financial planning, and this will serve as the basis for a more prescriptive long-term financial plan and serves as the foundation for building upon that. We will be looking at a number of things for long-term fiscal sustainability in the city. That'll include identifying some revenue generating opportunities that we'll bring before the council as recommendations. We'll be looking at efficiencies, ways to do things better on the expenditure side, just to see if there is any way to reduce expenditures in the way that we operate. We'll also be looking for financing mechanisms for some of our longer term, more expensive capital projects. So possibly looking at bond issuances and things like that, that'll all be covered in the long-term financial plan. That is the next steps for this. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Guillory. And before we go to council questions, I just want to say one of the first things I was really excited about as a council member was to see a 10-year forecast for our budget. Thank you to your team for making that happen. It's not a beautiful sight to see, but it's an incredibly important sight to see. And I just really want to thank you and your staff for making this happen. This is incredible, and it's really important for the public to know where we're going in the next 10 years. So I wanted to take a moment to really say thank you, because this is really important, and it is not the most beautiful report. It's beautiful in the context, but not so beautiful in the numbers. So thank you again, and thank you for making it happen. We'll go to council questions. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. I hope this is not too much on a tangent, but I had a question about sales tax. And I know that in page 4 of the report, there's some mention about decisions being made by the state in terms of online sales. I wanted to sort of know, are online sales captured when we talk about sales tax?
Yes, they are. They come through what's called the county pool. So it doesn't come directly to the city. It goes into the pool and then it's allocated on a proportional basis.
And are those subject to the same 9.75% tax rate?
Yes.
Got it. One other question I have is about identifying future financial opportunities. I know that I'll come back to council at some point. Just curious to know if expanding our tax base is one of those recommendations from staff.
That will be considered. Yes, that's one of the items that we pointed out in the RFP when we were looking to work with the consultant. So yes, we'll explore all areas, including possible potential tax measures.
Thank you.
Other questions, Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Thank you, Director Guillory. Reminder again when this work with the consultant is going to happen?
It's starting now.
Good.
So they're
Okay. All right.
gathering information. And yes.
Okay. So a couple of things that I marked on my pages here are the years when we could actually put something on out to the voters. So I think you all are timing it that way, right? So that we have something to consider, options to consider, and then enough time to allow us to place some sort of budget revenue generating measure, if not in 2024 and 2026.
you.
Okay, other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
No, I share the other council members' concern about the numbers, and for folks at home that can't see, that can't see the slide very well, is that, we're looking at continuing to have a deficit. And I at one point compared what we get in property tax revenue and the income versus what we're paying out for the fire service contract. Right now, we are getting a little bit more in property tax than we're paying out for the service for fiscal year 23-24. But that delta changes pretty significantly. Let's see. No, actually, we're okay. Never mind on that. But I do see that, we are going to continue to have a deficit. It's something that we need to address. We need to keep in mind the different election years where we can ask the voters if they are interested in supporting a measure, whether it's a bond issuance to pay for capital, or a tax measure to pay for operating revenue. So this is a really good tool for us to have, and I wanted to thank you and staff for putting it together.
If I may just add some info, I think it's our intention actually in the long-term financial plan to have a 20-year forecast. So this, there is some retirement of debt, the pension obligation bonds that would happen in 20 years. The longer term a forecast is, the less precise it becomes, but there are some things that are some known changes that'll take place. We also, as you know, are working with an actuary who will be presenting us with more information on the life expectancy of the pension trust and how they're expecting our required pension contributions to change. So if we do a longer term forecast, that should capture more information, including when the pension contributions, some of which are catch up right now, are expected to subside. So I think it's important to have even a longer planning horizon information for some of these big decisions that are coming up. So just wanted to mention that.
All right, Councilmember Tabe.
So if we can go to slide 7. So the property tax shown here says does not consider new construction. We're expecting about, I think it was like 624 units coming to Pinole. That's like a 10% swing in our housing inventory. Is that number correct? About 600-ish, right? I mean, it was like 200 over at Kmart. We have this large one going on San Pablo. We have the condos going over by the doctor's hospital.
It's about 600.
That's a 10% inventory swing. Mayor Pro Temp is looking at me like I got my numbers wrong. Maybe I did.
There's 2 projects that we have coming up that are eligible for property tax exemptions, though, that we need to be aware of.
Okay, so when you say exemptions, is there a discounted rate? That's what we're talking about, right? So looking at that, it seems like there's a lot of tax revenue coming in through property. Was there a reason why that was excluded? Because it says it does not consider new construction. Because looking at our deficit next year, I think it's like 0.5% of our overall budget, which if you throw it up, I feel like that 0.5%, and then some might have been captured in that. And I'm just trying to figure out why it was left out and what our expectation would be, for that percentage.
Yes, so that would be something that we would cover going forward with the long-term financial plan. So this serves as the foundation. It's the status quo, right? If nothing changed, it's based on current conditions. So we wanted to set that first before we start to build on it. So that will be considered when we update or build upon the forecast and the long-term plan.
So that's something that I see going in the positive direction. So I don't think it's as grim as you know, like when you see this over 10 years, it looks like this thing blows up in 10 years. But in actuality, there's a lot that can happen in 10 years, including the next 2 years, which would significantly change this chart. But it's a helpful tool to understand, well, where's our baseline and where those changes can happen. On the other side of that, you know, I'm looking at the utility users tax.
Yes.
And there was an assumption that it's increasing. And I know that about 3 years ago, we talked about it decrease. So the assumption back then was, hey, people are getting cell phones, people are transitioning over to solar. There's not that many costs. What was the difference in this analysis and what's showing the added revenue?
So this is the 4% is more of the net. So in the gas and electricity segments, that's where we're seeing the substantial growth over the last 5 years. Telecommunications, on the other hand, is continuing to decrease. And you'll see that at the June 6th meeting when we present the utility users review.
Right.
But that's the difference.
So if PG&E raises their rates, we actually got it.
Yes.
All right. And I just wanted to mention that the 10-year forecast is a good thing because it offers our staff, and I mean, this is just a statement that can be refuted at any point, but it seems like with these longer forecasts, we can start implementing tools, financial tools, financing, and all the other creative ways to get projects done over a longer period of time, showing that this balances out, somewhat of a pro forma, and then we can start attracting the bond conversation, tracking measured conversations. So this is that groundwork that we're laying down first, right? Okay. Good. Yeah, that's comments, question.
So Director Guillory, in 20 years, I'm gonna feel really old, just so everybody knows here. Very, very old. So seeing a 20-year forecast, I'm like, what is Pinole gonna be like in 20 years? But the question I had is, if this is status quo, there's been comments before about some of these taxes not being maybe inclusive of all the things. So I go to the utility users tax, for example, this idea of taxing other utilities. Is that pursuant to what we included in the original tax, or how does that scope widen? It's just basically what we select as a, yes. So what are the things that are missing, or what are the things that are not included in our utility tax that could be included, for example?
We could include wastewater. We could include cable. I might be missing one. Refuse services, maybe.
What are
another
refuse services?
refuse, the garbage
Okay.
services. Yeah. I think those are the other three. And I can research that just to make sure I'm capturing all of those.
Okay.
But yes, as a matter of fact, in our current long-term financial plan, we mentioned those as
Gotcha.
possible expansions for the UT.
Okay. And then are there things that maybe in the transient occupancy tax that we would also be, I'm just wondering, like, how do we, maybe this comes with the long-term financial plan, but in terms of understanding the scope of what all these taxes can identify within them, how do we know what we're missing? I guess is the question.
So for the transient occupancy tax, that's usually expanded by increasing the percentage. So right now we levy a 10% tax. So we could consider increasing the tax that we levy. So it already covers the short-term rentals, Airbnb, hotels. Those are already covered. It can be expanded to really cover any other kind of service outside of that, but you could increase or consider increasing the tax
Gotcha.
amount.
And then when we say the extension of 5 years fire services agreement, is that the current agreement we have? That's the, I mean, meaning that I guess the Measure X has a 20-year lifespan, correct? From the original date? Is that
Yes.
20-year lifespan? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's assuming that the county, well, the fire district, the county would give us an additional 5 years at 2 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Why would
And
that?
there's a growth rate. In there
Okay, I
too,
was
but
gonna
yeah,
say,
there-
okay.
There's
That's
growth. Mhm.
So there's growth to that 2 million. See,
There
is
is.
that like 5%, or what is that?
It's capped at 4% right now in the current agreement. So
Gotcha.
we kept the same percentage.
Okay, so it's growing still. It's around that number. Okay. And the last question I had was can you remind me what the capital outlay is?
Capital outlay is basically the capital improvement projects.
Okay.
So in the baseline budget, though, the capital outlay is, we just look at our normal operating smaller kind of items. They're not capital projects. So if office furniture, for example, replacement of computers, those smaller items would be considered capital outlay for the purposes of the operating budget. But in the capital budget, that will be the capital projects.
Okay. And that is generally the same amount every year?
Yeah, we increase it for inflation. So we use the standard 3% for that.
Do we usually use that budget to its entire, it sounds like it would be repetitive often. I mean, too often, right? If it's 300,000 every year, do we usually use that budget?
Yeah, we usually do. Yeah, mostly for technology purposes.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that's all my questions. Are there any other questions from council before we go to public comments? Yep, council members, sorry.
I come back to the sales tax conversation because it makes it such a significant part of our budget, but the forecast assumes an average 3% growth rate through entirety of 10 years. Did our consultant factor in the shift from purchases in brick and mortar big box stores towards the sales from online retail? And if they did, do they just agree on an average 3% growth rate because they sort of cancel each other out because we do capture the sales tax from online sales?
Yes, and over the next 5 years, those are captured in because the consultant typically provides a 5-year projection. And so we just carried out the 3% through the 10 years. But again, this will be one of those areas that we revisit for the long-term financial plan. So yes, that it's just based on the current conditions for sales tax.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comments this evening on this item?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes.
Good evening again. Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. And I'd like to start by echoing council's comments in praise of city staff for putting this presentation of this longer term projection together. Because if you look at the projection, if you look at page 377, attachment A, a lot of what you see in just the 5-year projections as well, things are getting a bit worse, but overall they're still okay. And 2030 is always just outside of the frame of what we're looking at. So now we can actually see what happens when we hit, the end of the pension trust fund, because that's the big shift in FY 2030-31 and ongoing. You've got the budget curves for expenditure and revenue that are creating a gradually increasing deficit. And then 2029, 2030, you've got a deficit of 1,444,439. And then 2030-31, you've got a deficit of 4,544,912. And then another deficit of similar size the year after, and 5,236,606 by the time we get to FY 22-33. And that leaves a negative balance in the unassigned fund balance, about equal to the size of the general reserve. So that brings up one question. If the council wanted to use the funds from the reserve to offset basically those losses, could it do so? It would obviously require revising the reserve policy. Secondly, I noticed that in your responses to Councilmember Tave, you mentioned that this was effectively a worst case scenario because it wasn't accounting for potential future revenue gains. But it seems like the projections basically assume a 3% year over year steady increase in revenues. So it doesn't really account for the possibility of a recession impacting VLF taxes, impacting user utility taxes to a lesser extent, impacting property tax, impacting sales tax. So if that occurred, would that lead to worse outcomes than this is projecting? And how likely would it be that the future recovery from the recession would offset the worst cases for that? And finally, I guess, in sort of my final 30 seconds, I'd like to note that, I've been advocating since 2018 for the city to consider revenue increasing measures, not necessarily to cover this particular sort of ongoing cost because I wasn't aware of the full magnitude of the 10-year gap. None of us were. But it has been a thing that, you know, the community has been considering, and I would urge the city to consider wastewater and water users utility tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Finance Director Gillick, for that presentation. So as I was going through the slides, one of the things that kind of surprised me was like, you know, the salary and wages. So my concern regarding that is because this was a question I should have brought this up. I said, when you say salary and wages, can you I was gonna provide can you share can you elaborate on by salary and wages? So just to be clear, because I find this you know, a little confusing. So if there's any way that you can elaborate on that, that would be very helpful. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, Tony Gutierrez.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a few questions about this particular forecast model. I understand that it's a status quo and that's a good starting point. However, when was the first year that we first started to do the first 5-year plan? Does anybody recall when that is? Okay, well, I'll wait till I'll finish my question, then you can answer. So my question is do we actually have the actuals versus that first year, 5-year forecast? In other words, this would give us an indication of how good our status quo model is. At least it would be some data. Obviously, you can't always account for things like recessions, et cetera, but it would just give us an idea, a basic idea how well we're doing with the model. That's pretty much my only 2 questions. Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you for those public comments. We'll go back to go back to the council if the council members have any other questions or comments. All right. Director Guillory, will you be able to explain a little bit more about the salaries as well as the question around a 5-year when the first 5-year forecast model started? If you have that information.
Yes, and I'll actually start with Mr. Menace's question regarding if the council can use the general reserve.
Oh, thank you.
The answer is yes. And I guess he answered his own question. Yes, the council would just need to update the policy by resolution to change that from the 50% requirement. And just to reiterate that it's or confirm that the forecast does not take into account a recession scenario. For the question regarding the salaries and wages, I'm not sure what the question was specifically. I don't know, Mayor, if your understanding is a little different.
It seemed to be a broad public comment around the salaries. I mean, when I first look at the salaries, I see a little discrepancy in terms of them going, you know, the salary line under expenditures. It starts high and then in 2022, 2023 goes down. In 2023, 2024, it goes back up, goes up, goes up. Actually, it just goes up. So I don't.
Okay. So yes, I can answer that. For the fiscal year 2023-24 or 2022-23, which is the current fiscal year, it included the full-time equivalents for the fire department staff. And now that they've transitioned as of March 1st of this year, the forecast going forward does not include those 16 full-time equivalents.
Okay.
So that explains the decrease. And then when it starts to go back up again, that's just building in the 3% growth factor.
Okay, gotcha. 3% for the lack of there's for lower amount of staff though, correct?
No, for the assumed cost of living adjustment. So we use the 3% growth factor.
Right, but there would be a smaller number of staff for that.
Yes, so it's
that's-
based on the smaller number of staff. Yes, that's
Okay. Thank you.
And then regarding when was the first 5-year forecast done, that precedes my time with the city. So I'm not sure when the first one was done.
Okay.
And then the answer to, do we have actuals prior to the 10 years that's shown in the forecast? Yes, we do. However, it's not really an apples to apples comparison because it includes some one-time items. It's a little bit, I guess, difficult for staff to go back to those years, going back to 2017, 18 to pull out one time versus ongoing because the budget wasn't cracked that way. So it's a little bit more difficult to compare those years to a status quo baseline forecast going forward. But we still show those we can still show those in the model. I just wanted to note that it may include some one-time items in the prior years.
Thank you. So council, this is a report. If there's no other questions or staff direction, we'll go to the next item. Council Member T.
Just real quick, and this might have already been answered, but based on the past, does HDL give a idea of what a recession number would look like? We're projecting 3%. Is it 0%? Negative? Can it go negative 2%? And what adjustments does the city typically make in that scenario?
So we could definitely request a recession scenario projection on any property tax, sales tax. Yes, they would be willing to do that for us. I think we would still want to show the status quo. And then if we wanted to have various scenarios, we could do that as well.
I think just having a scenario to know timeline, like what would be projected. I mean, when 2008 hit, 1999, the .com, or I think it was a .com bust. I mean, we have instances where we saw a dip, and what those dips look like. Not to say that we're wishing for a dip or anything, but every 10 years there's something, and people would make the assumption that we're overdue for some type of cooling or market cooling. And I think it just might be a good, to Mr. Menace's point, to have just what are max and min scenarios, just because if we have to pivot, and most government agencies have a hard time pivoting, but if we had to pivot, we'd at least have some framework or at least a maximum minimum type of framework to work within.
Okay. Is that clear staff direction or do you need more?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. Other comments, questions, staff direction on this item? All right, thank you so much. We'll continue moving on to item 12B, which is our preliminary proposed fiscal year 2023 through 2024 operating and capital budget. Director Guillory, back to you.
Okay, so for this item, I will be presenting the fiscal year 2023-24 preliminary proposed operating and capital budget slide. And staff's recommendation is for the council to review the preliminary proposed budget and provide direction to staff for any changes that we would incorporate into the next draft of the budget, which will be the revised proposed version that will be presented to the city council on June 6th. So just to provide some background information on the development process for the budget, the capital improvement plan, as well as the long-term financial plan. I have some key dates listed here. We started in April with our general fund baseline budget that we presented to you all at the finance subcommittee meeting on April 12th, and then to the full city council at its meeting of April 24th. For tonight's agenda, we're presenting the preliminary proposed budget and the capital improvement plan, as well as the 10-year financial forecast. For April 6th, we will return with the revised proposed budget and capital improvement plan. And for June 20th, we're scheduled to have the city council adopt the final proposed budget, the GAN limit or annual appropriations limit, as well as the final proposed 5-year capital improvement plan. We do have a placeholder for a special meeting on June 27th, if necessary. We may not need the meeting, but we did want to calendar that just in case. And then July 1st is the city's first official day of the new fiscal year. And then on the months of May through September, we will be working with the consultant to develop the long-term financial plan, and we'll be bringing that back to you again with some recommendations on revenue generating options. So as we develop the city's budget, we reference our structurally balanced budget policy, which applies to the general fund, and says that we should strive to create a proposed general fund operating budget that is structurally balanced. And what that means is that our ongoing revenues should be equal to our ongoing expenditures. And the purpose of this is to ensure sustainability of services and also expenditure levels by requiring that the budget is balanced, or what we call the baseline budget is balanced. Next slide. So some of the highlights for the fiscal year 23-24 preliminary proposed budget is that the baseline budget revenues and expenditures are consistent with the prior year forecast. That means that there are no major changes to assumptions. So we're assuming current staffing levels as well as service levels, so no major changes there. The baseline budget is also balanced with revenues and expenditures budgeted at $25.6 million, so they're equal at this point. But what that means is that the city does not have the capacity to add any new activities, given that there is no surplus or revenues are not exceeding expenditures. So that also means that if the council directs staff to add any expenditures to the baseline budget, again, our ongoing expenditures, we ask that you identify another area to reduce to keep the budget in balance. One-time items are also included in the preliminary proposed budget, and those will be funded by available fund balance. So this is a depiction of the preliminary proposed budget just to show how the various components work together. So up to this point, we had been presenting the baseline budget, all of our ongoing revenue and ongoing expenditures. If we add the one-time items to our baseline budget, as well as our one-time capital improvement projects, that brings us to the preliminary proposed budget. For the fiscal year 23-24, we're proposing an expenditure budget of $31 million in the general fund. And as we can see with the little note at the bottom, is that the one-time items and the capital improvement projects would be funded by available fund balance, which is an appropriate use for one-time items. And we are projecting the use of fund balance in the amount of $5.4 million. So again, just wanted to show the various components and how they're tied together to make up the preliminary proposed budget. Next slide. So looking at a breakdown or the composition of the general fund revenue with the preliminary proposed revenue budget at $25.6 million, we see that the majority of our revenue budget is made up of tax revenues. So the city, like other local agencies, is highly reliant on tax revenues to fund the general purpose activities of the city, with the majority coming from property tax and sales tax. Slide. And then here's a comparison of the various revenue sources for the fiscal year 22-23 revised budget versus the 2023-24 preliminary proposed budget, just to show the change, the year-over-year changes in terms of the dollar amount, as well as the percentage change. So we see that for 2022-23, total sources were 28.1 million. For 23-24, we are looking at $25.6 million with a reduction of $2.5 million or -9%. The main driver of that difference and that drop in revenue is because we had a one-time transfer of $4 million into the general fund from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. And the city council approved those funds to be transferred into the general fund for revenue replacement. And that is an allowable use of the ARPA funds per the US Treasury. And so that was a one-time transfer in, and that makes up the majority of the drop in revenue, or the change in revenue from the prior fiscal year. Next slide. So looking at the other side of where our general fund dollars go for our activities, to carry out the activities of the city, We're looking at a preliminary proposed expenditure budget of $31 million. We see that about half of that is made up of personnel costs in the areas of salaries and wages, as well as benefits. The percentage for personnel costs in prior years was higher, it was about 75% of the budget, but with the change in the transition of the fire department to Confire, that changes the composition of the expenditures. And looking at this pie chart, we can see that the agreement with Confire is about 18% of the expenditure budget. The other areas are non-personnel operating costs. So we have operations and maintenance. We also have capital outlay, debt service, and then the transfers out, which again are mostly subsidies to other non-general fund departments. Next slide. And again, this shows the comparison over the comparison to the current fiscal year. For the fiscal year 2022-23 revised budget, we had total expenditures of $29.3 million budgeted, and we're proposing to increase that to $31 million, which is a $1.7 million increase and equal to a 6% increase from the prior fiscal year to the current year. Again, those reductions that we see in the salaries and wages and benefits, as well as the operations and maintenance, those reductions again are due to the transition of the fire department. So here's our summary of fund balances. We're estimating a beginning unassigned fund balance at 7.1. This will be for the start of the fiscal year 2023-24 budget of $9.8 million. That's our starting point. If we factor in our net surplus or deficit, which is zero because our baseline budget is balanced, we then factor in our one-time initiatives and capital projects, which equates to $4.6 million, as well as the required transfer to the general reserve of $764,000. That leaves an estimated unassigned fund balance at June 30 of 2024 of $4.4 million. For the general reserve fund balance, once we transfer in the $764,000, we're looking at a balance of $10.3 million, which meets our policy requirement. And then for the pension trust balance, once we make the transfer out to the general fund to cover the increase in the pension costs, we're looking at an ending balance of $13.1 million at June 30 of 2024. Slide. So the next couple of slides just shows all of the city's funds with the total revenues, total expenditures, and then indicates if any of them are using fund balance or adding to it. So for all of the numbers that are in parentheses, that indicates a use of fund balance in the various funds. And I won't go through each and every line, but I just wanted to summarize all of the city funds as the goal of this summary. Next slide. And then if we're looking at all revenues for the total citywide, including all general funds as well as non-general funds, revenues are budgeted at $46.2 million, total expenditures at 59.7 for a net use of fund balance in the amount of $13.5 million. So that's an overview of the budget as a part of the community engagement and getting feedback from the community on the city's budget. In addition to the council meetings and the budget workshop, the city also launches a community budget priority survey using the Balancing Act tool. The survey for this preliminary proposed budget was launched on April 20th of this year. And we asked respondents to choose their top 5 priorities and rank them in order of importance. And to date, we have received 92 submissions, and the survey continues to be open. So I just wanted to give a heads up. I was pretty excited about the amount of responses that we had so far today. So it's not included in the staff report, but I did want to include it in the presentation just so you all can see how that's going. Next slide. And then here are some of the preliminary results. They're very similar to the last community budget priority survey from the prior fiscal year. This shows the results of the ranking, with 1 being the highest priority. So parks and facilities maintenance continue to be the top priority, with pavement maintenance and rehabilitation, public safety services, community spaces as the top 5 priorities from the community. One of the areas that I wanted to point out is number 12, which allows the respondents to enter other ideas. And the recurring themes that I saw in this area for things outside of the other initiatives that's listed above them is that a hospital was one that came up a couple of times, and that was the same as last year. And then ferry service was another one that was included in that survey. So that is just some of the results as far as the 92 submissions that we do have now. Another part of the survey that we did launch is the taxpayer receipts. And that's where the respondents can go in and enter personal demographic information, such as the assessed value of their home, how much they spend on within the city limits. And it tells them how much of their tax dollars are going to the various city services. The Balancing Act analytics does not allow us to see who has used that taxpayer receipt. We did see that at least there were 173 views, but we wouldn't know. It doesn't tell us if folks actually participated in that exercise. So that's just one of the drawbacks, but I just wanted to mention that because that was launched with the community budget priority survey. Next slide. And so then the next steps in the budget process is for staff to evaluate any council member changes that you may have. If you have any tonight, we'll incorporate those into the revised proposed budget. We also have some fine tuning to do in some of the areas of the budget. So we'll do that, include some staff generated content, and then we'll present the revised proposed budget on June 6th. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you again. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you again for your presentation this time. I'm trying to understand several figures having to do with the fund balances. So to start on page 11, page 11, summary of fund balances, ending unassigned fund balance about a year from now would be positive, which is good. But in a few weeks, we will have started with about 9.8 million in unassigned fund balance, which sounds or seems good as well. Now I'm going to look on the following slide, number 12. And I see 5.4 million in what appears to be shortage or deficits. So help me understand that.
So the 5.4 million that you see on slide 12, that indicates the use of fund balance. If we go back to slide 11, if you add the one-time initiatives, the $4.6 million, and you add the transfer to the general reserve, it would bring you to the $5.4 million figure.
So although we will have started in a few weeks with 9.849, our one-time initiatives and the transfer, which we're not going to, I don't think we're going to make changes on that, but we might have some wiggle room with the one-time initiatives and capital improvement plans, which is the larger figure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One more area where I'm seeing something as a deficit.
To clarify on slide 12, on that right-hand column, it says fund balance addition or use. So it's not the ending fund balance. It's the change in fund balance over the fiscal year. So we're going to be using 5.4, but there will still be that remaining fund balance. It's reflected on
the remaining 4.4. Yes. Thank you.
There will still be a remaining 4.4.
4.4. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I'll just have to get better at noticing the difference.
That's okay. I can relabel the headers just so it's clear in the next version.
There was one other spot now. So going to slide number 13. Similarly, we've got in the fund balance use column, the right-hand column, a 13.5 million that will have been used, which and that's much, much bigger because we're considering more than the general fund there. But my concern is as well, we've got it in negative. So I'm going to go back to your prior presentation to see where that 13.5, I think that 13.5 is that little dip on the bar chart where we're not seeing revenues equaling expenditures.
No, the previous, the forecast, the 10-year forecast only includes general fund. So it doesn't take into account any of these other funds. So that wouldn't be reflected.
It wouldn't be
there.
reflected
No,
there,
no.
but conceivably it would be reflected with the bar graph where the revenues aren't, the revenue bar is going to be shorter than the
In the
expenditure bar.
expenditures, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just sit with that for now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then just a point to make with that, many of these funds fund capital projects over multiple years. And so the drawdown on the fund balance, one thing that we do in finance is work with the departments to make sure that the fund balance is actually available for them to draw down on. And most of it is just because these capital projects cross many years, which requires it to use the fund balance that has accumulated versus the regular ongoing revenues that come into some of the funds.
Which is why in the next presentation, we'll see more of that where we are not seeing any figures beyond as amounts allocated in years after 23, 24, because they will have been used in the entering in this.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
A different understanding.
You have other questions, Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai?
Thank you. I may have missed it, but I just want to clarify. On page 10 of the presentation, the negative percentage changes in the categories of salaries and wages, benefits, and operations and maintenance are all because of our recent change in services to the fire.
Yes, for the most part. And there's a little bit of an offset too, because we do include the 3% assumed cost of living adjustment. And then we do have some increases in the benefits, such as in the PERS retirement, as well as our health benefits. So this is the net, but it's mostly driven by the change with fire.
Do you plan on having any sort of revisions in the revised proposed budget that makes a little bit of a note to viewers of this budget that is the reason for the percentage change?
Yes, it's in the budget, and I believe it's in the staff report.
Staff report.
Yes. And it'll be in the budget document itself as well.
Okay, so
It explains
it will
those
be in a
areas.
footnote, at least.
So for each category, we explain the assumptions that went into it. So it'll be within the context of the budget document where we explain our assumptions and growth rates.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Thomas
I have no questions for now.
and Councilmember Tate?
No questions.
I have just a question on page 459. Of the agenda packet, not of the presentation. I see like 8,000. Do we pay $8,000 to Cal Cities? It says $7,600 plus 400.
Mayor, do you have the budget document page?
I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Reference? No, that's okay. I just don't have the full packet in front of me.
67. Yes, thank you. And I also have one more question on the same page too. I felt the only reason I say that is because I felt like that was a lower expense before. Did it increase the $7,685? Did that increase?
City Clerk Bell, would you have in? There may have been a slight increase, but I think it was pretty close to that in the couple years past.
Okay,
Mhm.
I just didn't notice it. Okay. And then the fifth.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you may not have noticed it. I believe it was moved into the council budget it was reflected in a separate section.
General government
Yes.
before.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. It seems lofty in the council budget. That's why I'm asking. I'm like, wow, I didn't see that before. The $15,000 for council office furniture, is that a one-time allocation, or is that come every, okay,
It's a one-time.
allocation? Okay. Great. I'm just seeing some of these things. Okay. Let's go to public comment. Are there any comments on this item?
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again. Council, staff, or public, my name is Rafael Menace, resident of Pinole. And I've got a few questions linked to the budget, a few comments too, for that matter. Let's see. On page 379, page 2 of the staff report for this item, it states that the final baseline general fund budget contained a shortfall of approximately 274,000. Staff collaborated to identify ongoing general fund expenditure reductions in order to eliminate that gap. Can we have more detail on what exactly those reductions are? Like maybe a table saying reduction was X amount from Y department, so on and so forth. Secondly, I wanted to praise the chart on page 396 of the budget document, page 4 of the executive summary. So 396 of the agenda packet, that one that starts fund, general fund, special fund, so on. It's really useful to have revenues, expenditures, and use of fund balance all together in one table. I don't recall it being like that in prior budgets, so just wanted to phrase that. Let's see. There's one thing where I've got a bit of a concern on page number 426, the page number 34 in the budget packet. There's a chart, general fund revenues by type, and the text on the purple wedge transfers in is a bit illegible. When you highlight it, it's also still somewhat illegible. So maybe either change the color of that legend or push it outside of the wedge or change the color of that particular wedge, but just a minor usability point on that one. Let's see. On page number 425, I think it was. I just want to note the anticipated increased cost curve for the police department. I had a offline text email conversation with Director Guillory about this, and if I'm recalling it correctly, I don't think I have access to the exact email right now. She stated that basically there was a 9% year-over-year baseline increase due to 3% baseline, 3% equity, and 3% linked to various education funds. And I was wondering whether those increases in baseline were expected to continue at that rate in future years, or whether it was mostly just projecting the 3% baseline and it wasn't expecting further equity and education shifts on that front. Let's see. I also was a little bit surprised to see that the city clerk's office was going to have a greater share of expenditures than the city manager's office. And that's my time. So I'll conclude my comments there.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Cordell Handler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council, Cordell Handler, Richmond. So thank you, Finance Director Guillory, for that presentation. So on page 448 in the packet, as I mentioned it before about the positions. So my only concern is that, are the departments going to add positions, or this is just a little a snapshot of it? Because as I was looking at the city managers positions, analysts, and because my concern is that these positions have not have they been allocated for these let me back it up. Are departments looking to add positions, or or this is just a snapshot. So hopefully that question will be answered at some point. So all in all, I think the budget looks good, and hopefully my question will be answered. That's it.
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll close public comment and go back to council for questions or motions. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Two questions. Just spotted something I can't explain. Slide 13. Pension fund. Total revenues, smaller amount than total expenditures. And what are we assuming there is going to happen to increase those expenditures?
So the revenue was interest income for the assets that remain in the pension trust. That's the only revenue that goes into that fund. Otherwise, the city doesn't contribute any additional funds other than the original funds that were put into the trust. And for the expenditures, that is based on the increased costs for the pension costs, and that represents the transfer to the general fund.
Thank you. Just one more.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Pardon me if I missed this, but with the statements or the input that you received using balancing act,
Yes.
what was there any more to community services? What are those? What was that? Detail of any?
So the detail that we included, because we did include descriptions so that when respondents were prioritizing, they could see what was behind each of those initiatives. So that included mostly community services or recreation programming was the bulk of that.
Okay, thank you. And on that note, with the consultant that staff is expecting to meet or is now meeting, will some options on how to bring in revenues related to community services be considered? Since historically that's been one department for which there's been a good amount of funds transferred in from the general fund, because we're not getting, part of the experience has been COVID certainly, but even prior to the COVID, we weren't getting the revenues and had to subsidize. So if the consultant isn't considering that, can we please have that firm provide us with some considerations for how community services are funded elsewhere if we're not doing so in Pinole yet?
I think City Manager Murray wants to mention the parks master planning. Parks and Rec, okay.
Yes, I do. And it's halfway mentioned already. So in addition to the long-term financial plan consultants looking at that issue, the park master plan consultants are going to look at recreational programming and have some recommendations around what our footprint should be like and what the funding model should be. So we'll have two different groups that have a little bit of overlap between some work. Two different groups are going to provide their opinions on.
Tell me again. Okay, so that time again, but please elaborate. What our footprint should be means what?
What services, what recreational enrichment programs the city should operate.
I'm going to get a little more picky here. Should operate given.
Oh, I mean, really, it's going to be kind of a benchmarking study of what is common with other jurisdictions, but also kind of a market analysis. So there are some recreation services that private organizations, companies provide. You can get all sorts of lessons and sports programs through private organizations. In such cases, maybe it's not important that the city play a role in that. And so issues such as that.
Thank you, both. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Councilor Sasai.
None for me. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilmember Tate.
None for me.
All right, this is a report as well provide direction. It sounds like there's no direction from council to staff. All right, Thank you, Director Guillory. It sounds like our next steps, can you just remind us of our next steps here?
Yeah, so the next steps would be to provide the revised proposed budget and present that to the city council at its meeting on June 6th.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for this thorough report. Appreciate you. The next item is item 12C, which is preliminary proposed fiscal year 2023 through 2024 through 2027 through 2028 5-year capital improvement plan. And we have Director Carr and Director Mishra here. Good evening. Very much so.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and members of the community. Tonight, we'll be presenting the preliminary proposed CIP for fiscal years 2023-24 through 27-28. Next slide, please. So our CIP is our 5-year plan used to identify and address our capital needs. Our capital projects are investments that help us build, replace, or improve our city assets. The preliminary proposed CIP includes 32 capital projects and 9 infrastructure assessments. They are listed starting on page 610 of 704 in the agenda packet. And the projects that you will see there fall into the following categories: our facilities, parks, sewer, stormwater, streets and roads, and our infrastructure assessments. Next slide, please. So in terms of how the projects are as they appear in the preliminary proposed CIP, we took our adopted CIP for fiscal year 2022-23 through 26-27. And there was a project that was added in fiscal year 22-23, which was the safety improvements at Tennant Avenue and Perrin Plum Street, as shown on the slide. And there were 2 projects that were removed. Also, the projects that were removed are 4 additional projects, which are expected to be complete by June 30th of this year. And then additional projects that were added. There were 4 other projects that were added, which resulted in the projects that you see in the agenda packet and the preliminary proposed CIP. So that's kind of a summary of what happened from where we were and where we are today. So using a prioritization methodology that we brought forward to council earlier this year, we scored the capital projects that had not been initiated in year 22-23. And we used the scoring to set the schedule for the projects. And I apologize, the date there should be 27-28 instead of fiscal year 28-29 on the last box there. And just as a reminder, the prioritization criteria that was used is listed on the right-hand side of the slide. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there are 32 capital projects and 9 infrastructure assessments. The high priority projects and the projects that are currently underway were scheduled for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. And then the other projects you'll see in the CIP are, or the ones that have not been initiated and were lower priority, are scheduled for 2024 and 25. And those are also described in the staff report on page 609. Next slide, please. So here's a budget summary of what we have proposed with the projects that are scheduled in each of the years. For the upcoming fiscal year, the total sources required are about 12,207,326, and the 5-year total is described all the way on the right-hand corner at 58,818,72. And on the left-hand side here, you can also see the various sources and the grants that we expect to receive for the capital projects, and then our other sources like the general fund and Measure S. Next slide, please. So our schedule as it appears here is tonight, we are reviewing the preliminary proposed CIP, seeking direction from council. There's a plan to present the proposed preliminary CIP to the Planning Commission to ensure that the projects are consistent with our general plan. We would like to bring the revised proposed CIP to council on June 6th and hope for final adoption on June 20th. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. We'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to council for questions. Councilmember Tate?
Yeah. So looking at the report, projects expected to be completed in 22-23. Electrical vehicle charging stations. I guess we've been talking about this for so long and it's been carrying through for so long. How much money have we spent on that project?
So that project is one charging station located in the public safety building serving the police and fire here, and it's a dual port charging station. There were some supply chain issues that resulted in delay of the installation. As of today, I've just heard it's going to be installed next week on Monday, so fingers crossed that's the case.
Right.
The construction award for that contract, I believe, was 75,000. That might be the range between 70 and 76,000. There were significant electrical upgrades that needed to happen, and striping and parking configuration that needed to change.
Spent $75,000 on one charging station?
On a dual port charging station.
So two? I was gonna.
Yes, level
Saying
2
it sounds
dual port.
very high.
Oh, it's level 2, but it's one charger.
It has 2 ports,
2 ports.
so it can
I'm-
charge
I'm-
2 cars simultaneously.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Director Mishra. How did we spend 75? Tell me.
So the $75,000 included improvements to the sidewalk, curb ramp, because the chargers, that location needed those adjustment to the infrastructure itself.
Okay.
The chargers itself actually cost us $7,000 just to buy those. Installation of those electrical work and concrete work is the most expensive out of the entire thing. The total project cost was around 75, but it is not just the chargers.
Got it. Okay. Seems expensive.
And I'll add, we are expecting to receive grant reimbursement for the equipment through both MCE and WICTAC. MCE is a little flexible in terms of paying back costs per port on the construction, and then WICTAC will reimburse for the charger itself.
Okay. Okay, so that one's what about the playground rubberized surface improvements? Is that completed? Money spent?
Yes.
Okay.
And that money was also a grant. We had a match, but we will be seeking reimbursement.
Okay. Local road safety plan, that's
That's
completed.
completed.
And then the sanitary sewer master plan is completed.
That's correct.
Okay, so we're with a fresh slate right now as far as moving into the next fiscal year, or is there projects that are kind of money spent and already in the, I guess, design phase?
That's correct. There are projects that are underway and they are also scheduled for the upcoming year. As you may recall, some projects are multi-year. Just for example, like our San Pablo Avenue Bridge, that's still in design. We're still moving forward on that.
Well, my fear is that we say, yes, we're going to do this project, and then it carries from year to year. And how is that money kind of set aside for that specific project over the course of a 2 or 3 year period? Because what I don't want to do is pull a project that, like for whatever reason, things go bad. We got to pull the projects we spent the least amount of money on, right? I'm just trying to understand where projects are in their varying stages. And it looks like up here you had projects expected to be completed in 22-23. That's all those there. And then is this blue one new projects that we're expecting to get done in 24 or 23-24?
Yes, they are scheduled but for example, like Pinole Smart Signals, that is a project that's led by CCTA. They're asking for the match up front, but they will not go into design until 2024-25. So the construction schedule will be determined for that project. And similarly, the other projects, tree mitigation is scheduled over a period of 2 fiscal years. And I believe our RO 2302 and IN 2301 are scheduled to be completed within the next fiscal year.
So in something like safety improvements for tenant, Pear and Plum, what stage is that in? And has money been allocated to it?
Yes, so council actually awarded funds for that project for Tenant Avenue and Pear, and that's currently out to bid. Bids are due to close May 31st. And at that point, so if once the bids close and we bring that that construction contract for council review and approval, that's when council will, appropriate the funds for that project and that contract. And then say it takes a year and we're done, but sometimes it happens that we might award something right now going into the next fiscal year. But when you've awarded that construction contract, we've already budgeted for those funds for the completion, unless there's a change order or something that is beyond what was originally approved.
Okay, so looking at these projects like energy upgrades, is that just an ongoing, or is there a specific project that's not like it's in scope or concept right now?
So the energy upgrade, Commissioner might want to add to that one.
So the energy upgrade project actually for the various city facilities, we are expecting to have a facilities master plan done, which would actually evaluate all the facilities needs. And there is another project that actually has evolved a little bit, which is energy audit for the facilities, which would evaluate storage, consumption, and all together. So we are working on the RFP for those right now, and which would be bid out soon. So that's the status of it. But some of the energy upgrade components, I believe it was for a HVAC unit, portion of it is complete, but some other facilities are still ongoing.
And these projects as a whole, I'm picking projects at random just because we've had these conversations and would imagine that they're in varying levels of development, right? When we look at the 10-year projection or the projections that were just posted, are these projects slotted into expenditures?
I know, please.
So let me go back. What I'm asking is that the CIP has several projects in there, right? And then when we do a 10-year plan, we have expenditures for projects like, I think we saw capital outlay had 500,000 over a 10-year with an escalator in it. But these are projects that we as a council have said, hey, these are projects we want to do. And then we try to put them into a 5-year plan. Is the capital plan included in that projection as in the expenditure program or expenditure?
No, the capital was not included, just because that's the baseline forecast that we
Okay.
presented. But what it does show is that unassigned fund balance, by which some capital projects are funded. So it does give you or inform your decision around how to fund some of the capital projects that may be funded by general fund. But the forecast that you saw earlier, that was just the baseline forecast. So it doesn't take into account capital projects.
Trying to understand how these capital projects are going to impact our budget for the current year. And then as we plan them for the following years, what does that look like? And I think Director Carr did a great job at each individual project and having that specific timeline for each one. But you'd have to sum all those up to really understand what that impact would be on our fund balance or on just our general fund or tax measure.
And if I may add, Councilmember Tate, for the long-term financial plan, one, we're going to expand the forecast to 20 years, and it's going to take into account the capital projects as well. Those larger projects will be included in that, and it'll go beyond the general fund too. So that'll provide some insight at that point.
I mean, there's just other projects like, I know the facilities master plan is going to have a bunch of projects that we have to do, roofs, et cetera.
Yeah.
We just did the roads. That's another impact if we were to pick option A, B, or C, right? And just to see the overall like impact of some of the decisions we're making, and then pulling that back to, okay, well, how do we finance it? How do we, is it bond? Is it tax measure? all of these different funding vehicles that we can use. I just look at this capital plan and I think, well, all of these have to get done. Like I would imagine roofs is probably step one, right? But I know we already have projects that are in place, so we don't want to stop those projects and redirect staff to a roof project, and then we just wasted money on something else. But those are my comments and questions.
I will mention, so a lot of these projects are in the multi-year projects, the funding for those are encumbered when the projects are approved by the city council. So we're taking some resources and parking them to complete these projects. And most of these projects, and you can see the capital improvement plan is front loaded. Part of that is because, we're focused on getting these things and the things in front of us done. But these are achievable within our existing budgets and resources. It does make some assumptions about future funding we expect to get, for instance, for the San Pablo Avenue Bridge. So that's over $30 million project, but there are sources that we know of that fund these types of projects. And that's kind of an outlier because it's so expensive. But most of these are being done with grant funds we know about, anticipate, or the Measure S's, or a little bit of other general fund contribution. It's the things that are large and are not listed as projects yet, like all of the deferred work on the roads, or if we need to completely rebuild a city facility, those aren't in the capital plan, and we don't have funding for those. So we basically have the funding for these projects that are listed here from fund balance, from various fund balances, but not for any of those new big things.
But aren't we also looking at, aren't we also looking at fund balance being used for other things, like keeping us with a balanced budget? Or I'm just asking, what I don't want to do is commit to all these projects. We earmark all that and then find out that we need to go into the reserve, or we've started projects that, you know what I mean? To kind of cautiously move through this capital plan.
Yeah, I think, one thing to do is if you defer a project for its start, which we've had to do just due to bandwidth, issues. And some of these projects aren't planned to start until not this upcoming fiscal year, but the following. So you could think of those as essentially, and those are projects that were ranked as lower priority through the prioritization matrix. You can think of those as being in reserve essentially.
Right.
And we're not going to begin work on those or expend any funds for a little while. In terms of the balancing issue, it wouldn't, these capital projects are using one-time sources, and those wouldn't help us solve an imbalanced budget in the long run anyways, right? So they might get us through a short recession, but if we didn't fund these with fund balance, if we decided not to fund some of these projects, we left the fund balance available, that would get us through a limited period of economic distress, but it doesn't solve that ongoing because they're not ongoing resources. They're just a pool of money that we would deplete over time. So to solve some of the budget issues that were illustrated in the long-term forecast, we need ongoing reductions, not just saving money by not doing a one-time project. This would contribute.
Right.
One thing that we didn't talk about when we talked about the various scenarios is, I think when we did our analysis of and updated the general reserve policy, we looked at that amount, and I think that's the amount that is set aside, which is 50% of our normal, general fund operating expenses, is also about the amount of funds that would have been needed to make us whole for the Great Recession. So when we say, well, yes, we can run multiple scenarios, including a worst case scenario that includes a recession for the long-term financial forecast. But really our plan is, if there's a serious recession, we might do some pairing of city services. But our real plan is we want to maintain our core city services, and we use that general reserve. And I think that's an amount. So we can look at that further in the long-term financial plan, but that's the plan for recession. A recession is probably is inevitable, right? We don't know when it's going to hit. And our plan is to use that reserve. And so we've already set those resources aside.
I just think that looking at these projects, I know that for us, part of the decision tree is, scoping and then the funding, right? We found grants for, there's opportunities out there that might push our timeline a little bit further that are beneficial, right? Like I'm thinking like the soccer field or something that somebody might actually, say, hey, there's a grant for, or I think USDA had some type of tree planting program or tree removal program. I mean, there's all these little pockets of grants that are out there that can accelerate this program. And if you don't have a scope, you can't really write a grant other than please help us with the trees, right? I mean, that, or you could speculate, but a lot of times it's having a scoped project ready to go in order for that to translate over into some type of grant opportunity, right? So I'm just thinking to myself, like how these projects are handled and what various stages they're in kind of matters to how we fund it, right? If there's a grant opportunity and we have $30,000 and it's going to take time for us to do it, I'm just wondering how we inject that money in there to get the grant, or to go after it. Not necessarily saying we're going to get it, but there might be an opportunity to do it. I'm just looking at these projects and I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're all going to get done, but at what cost, right? And something else comes up and we want to spend, do something else. So those are my comments and questions, just trying to get an understanding of where these are.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
So I have a question that's going to take us back to the previous item that we discussed, and that's if you take a look at page 630. And I just want to just kind of go back and understand of the sources by fund. Am I correct in saying that just general fund and Measure S are included in the operating budget, but everything else, all the other funding sources on this that cover capital facilities are not in the operating budget, and therefore they're not even on the table for operating budget?
Which table?
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
630. And let's see, it's
So that's correct.
yeah.
For the capital improvement budget summary, is that what? you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so that's correct. The figures that you see for general fund and Measure S are included in the preliminary proposed operating.
But all of the other funding sources are just specifically for the CIP.
For those funds, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a little bit about the prioritization matrix and the grading process. I wanted to ask how staff found that to be. Were there any conclusions or recommendations that you were surprised of after you went through the grading process?
No, I wouldn't say we were surprised. We went through a summary of the projects with staff from other departments, and then everyone ranked the projects. And I wouldn't say we were surprised, but there were questions as we were going through the various projects, but nothing that came out of the ordinary.
Gotcha. I noticed that a number of these projects listed here, some have a priority score, others don't have a priority score. When can we expect those to be attached to each project in the CIP?
So because the prioritization matrix this is the first time we're using it. And when we developed it, we tested it on projects that were already underway. So when the scoring that appears on each project sheet, as you noted, you don't see it for certain projects, but others you do. It doesn't appear for the projects that are already underway. So these are the ones that had not been touched, were not initiated. That's where the scoring is listed for.
Got it. Thank you for that.
If you may, can we add those though? I mean, so we basically went through, we scored our projects that are already underway, basically as part of the development and fine tuning of the matrix. And then we used a more robust process to score the not yet initiated projects that included participants from multiple departments. But we could go through that process again one more time to come up with priority scores for the projects that are underway, which might be informative. I don't think we're gonna suspend those projects because they're we've got some sunk cost into them, but I think it might be useful to know what those are. So I guess I would leave that to the direction of the city council if you would like us to go through that exercise. It will take some time, but we could probably get that done in time for, if not the revised proposed, maybe for the revised proposed in 2 weeks. So
Got it. When we say projects that are underway, those are any projects that have already a sunk cost to it.
Yes,
Even if the cost is very minimal. That would
Yeah.
be an underway project that's underway.
yes.
Is it possible to also have priority scores for unfunded projects? Are there any barriers for that at all?
No, similar to how we scored these, we could, formulate a panel and then we could rank those projects. The only thing I would say is the scope for the projects that are in the capital improvement plan that are funded are more that have more of a scope than some of the unfunded, where some of those projects aren't as well defined. But certainly this year, in the unfunded list, it's grown as a result of some of our master planning efforts. So we've rolled in those projects and they are clear on exactly what needs to be done and what the recommendation was. So we could certainly score them if that's a desire.
Real quick, can we have a motion to extend the meeting from council?
Sure, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Reluctantly second.
All right. City Clerk Bell, will you call the roll, please?
Council members Martinez Rubin,
Sure, yes.
Cave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Councilmember Sasai.
One last question. Wanted to ask about the Pinole Smart Signals project. Smiling because I always come back to this one. I love it. I wanted to ask about what are the operational costs and or maintenance costs for this project? Does the county take care of most of it? Because when we did have the presentation from CCTA, there was a lot of discussions about data gathering and then using that to adapt the synchronization. Is that Pinole staff, county staff, or?
Well, the project that will be done, that will be in conjunction with CCTA as a staff or their consultants. They're actually working with us right now to make this project happen. So we are about to sign a MOU with them and provide them a matching fund. So the total project cost for the entire smart signal project is about $25 million. And we have for Pinole itself, I believe about $1.5 million. I may be a little off on that number. But once that project is complete, the maintenance and those equipment, those fall on us. So we have to maintain that. That becomes our property, and we'll maintain that as we maintain all our traffic signals right now with the contract with the county. So
I will add, as Director Mishra mentioned, we'll have an MOU that will come forward, but CCTA staff did indicate that there would be an operation and maintenance agreement that would come forth. So as they're going through the design, the cost of what those operation and maintenance will be further defined later. But I will say, I know for the I-80 mobility projects that we did, the agreement that we had for that project, we do get reimbursed for operation and maintenance, but it's unclear right now at this point what those costs are and whose responsibility they will be, but they will be defined in a separate agreement that will be brought forth.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you for the narrative in the packet for the meeting where you have provided an explanation as to where certain projects or could be, even though they're not currently funded. I wanted to suggest on that prioritization criteria where we see grant funding, do you see potential matching grant as part of it?
So the way that particular category is scored, it's a score between 1 and 5, and if a project is funded, say 50% with grants, then it'll get a score of 3 or 4. So the weighted criteria for that is not the weighted, I'm sorry, but the criteria on the ranking for grants is based on what percentage of the project is grant funded.
Okay, what I'm thinking of is I'm dreaming that there may be that it would be smart of us to set aside funding for projects where you really staff have a notion that there could be some matching available. What I'm thinking of as well is how in a prior meeting, there was a project removed for, I think it was for some of the trash bins. And yet there could have been potentially some matching funds for that from a source yet to be determined, but there could have been. And yet we don't even have an amount now available for that project. There was probably some other reasoning which I can't understand about why that was voted as to not being fully funded as we had at one time. But that's what I'm thinking about. I don't know exactly how to provide additional points or weight, but I imagine that there might be that potential to match and that we could, that it would be useful to have some funds allotted to a category on the CIP. If not the CIP, the budget, the overall budget. And maybe that's our general unallocated general fund. That's what it is. Yes, you're nodding. Yes. Okay. So that's where it is. That's where we have it. Okay. Thank you. I'm wondering now then, separate topic, but related to that prioritization criteria where we have an idea of if we did not plan, design, move toward having XYZ project, whether there would be some sort of liability, and perhaps that's already worked into the health safety category. But I'm thinking also about something that I suggested having to do with maintenance of the walking trails. And although the narrative now explains, provides an explanation for a broad maintenance of the whole trail system, I'm thinking in particular about one spot, which as a pedestrian, I think poses some risk. It's not the entire trail, but it's a certain segment of the trail, which I did not make clear. And so you didn't provide that kind of narrative in response to that. So how do we allow for that? Where, and this is from a pedestrian, not an engineer's perspective, not a risk management perspective, but allowing allowing staff to have some way to quantify and fit in with the criteria that there is this possibility of risk. I don't know how to do that or how to explain that anymore.
Can I take a stab at it?
Please do.
Okay. So, so what you're referring to, I believe you're saying that maybe there is a trip hazard or something present in a small portion of the trail. So as you remember, we actually, during the last TAPS meetings, TAPS recommended that, okay, this particular portion of this Code Trail be done. And, I came back with a request to the city council and came back with the cost, and city council approved that. So we can do similar, which can be part of very small operations budget, then we can do that. It doesn't have to be, unless it is a bigger project, then you probably need much more funds and all that.
Yeah, and I'll mention the health safety criteria of the prioritization methodology addresses that too. So if it's a risk, it's not just the financial risk component to it, but it is scored under health safety. But some of the work that you're describing wouldn't make it into the capital plan because it's too small. It would be an operational function. So right now, city staff go out and, in the same way that they repair potholes, they do repairs of the pedestrian bridge over Pinole Valley or Pinole Creek. And they could repair a small piece of the trail. So that's really should be addressed through a service request sent to Public Works. That's really just a regular ongoing maintenance item. It's not, doesn't quite meet the magnitude of a capital improvement plan project. In terms of setting aside funds for possible matching, we just call that a grant. Some grants provide 100% funding, some grants provide 50% funding of the project. And yeah, the available resources to provide the local match. Right now, we don't reserve, we have it in fund balance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Where did the maintenance work for repainting lines that divide the lanes go? Where is that? Because yes, where did that go? Where did the
It's-
funding for that type of work go, whether
No.
it's in CIP or in our operating budget?
It's in your email. Just today, sorry.
So that's an operational expense and there's a line item in the Public Works maintenance budget for that. And we owe the city council information on what our costs and regular current activities are.
Thank you again.
Sorry about being late on the memo, but you'll get it most likely this week. So
Literally, it'll be a memo, a presentation to council here. There was more to the line painting as well as I think curb painting and, regular kinds of things that crosswalks, especially pedestrian crosswalk. Yes.
yes, those are all maintenance related activities. And the city staff will do most of the painting work if it is just a street paint. Most of the thermoplastic city does not have those capability to do any thermoplastic striping or pavement marking. So we hire contractors for that.
Okay, thanks for the update.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Rafael Menes.
Thank you.
At the moment. There we go. Good evening, Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole, and I've got two comments on this item. First up, on page 618 of the agenda packet, item 18 on page 11 of the staff report, it says, at the May 16th, 2023 council meeting, council will receive a report on how the city is preparing to apply for funds from the Infrastructure Investment and Job Acts, IIJA, and government broadband funding. And I'm wondering whether I missed that somehow, because I don't see that mentioned elsewhere in the agenda, and I don't think I heard anything about it tonight, but I could just have missed something. It has been a few hours that the meeting's been going on. And my second question is with regards to on page 613, there's a mention of a San Pablo Avenue complete streets, which is great. I've been advocating, and the planning commission's been advocating for that for a little while. So I noticed that there were a lot of points listed on the complete streets, but I didn't see anything in particular in there about closing sidewalk gaps. Would that be part of the complete streets project, or would that be need to be something separate? Because I think that was one of the major points of concern that certainly I had, that there were some significant gaps along the north side of San Pablo Avenue in particular that needed to be closed in the same way that sidewalk gap closure was a major focus of the Appian Complete Streets project. And that's all my comments for now on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have one online. Cordell Hindler, go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. I'm Cordell Heller, and I'm gonna try to keep my comments short, so it is getting late. So thank you, Director Mishra and Director Kerr for this presentation. So I'm all for the this item. So I ain't got no other comments, so I'll just leave. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Looks like no other public comments. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for questions, comments, or any other staff direction. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, thank you. I have one comment and that's on page 612. It's first listed, and that's the fencing for the dog park. I wanted to just indicate that I did walk the dog park with a resident that comments frequently. And his comment and my observation was that the fencing there is fine. A dog that is not in the control of its user could jump the fence, but that's rare. His common complaint is that on one section, on the lower part of the dog park, the fenced dog park, that there's a lot of debris that piles up, so that the ground on the dog park side might be a foot higher in elevation than it is on the other side of the fence, but it's not. It was his opinion that it wasn't a need for a new taller fence. And I observed that as well. So I just wanted to indicate that. And I have no other comments.
Thank you. Just to staff on page 618, it does say number 18 is around funding opportunities. The Inflation Reduction Act, just can you all clarify that statement there? It says at the May 16th, 2023 council meeting. I think that may be from our last meeting.
Yes, that item was supposed to be brought to council today, but because of lack of time, we actually moved that item to the next council meeting. The IIJ.
The IRA, correct? Because I
Yeah,
think we
both.
received a report about the Infrastructure and Jobs Act.
No, you haven't.
Have we not? Oh, okay.
No,
I thought we received a report about that already.
no.
Okay.
That was a
Well,
council
looking
item.
forward to it. Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm reading too much on the internet. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or staff direction? Yes, Councilmember Sasai.
Is this open to motions? Absolutely, great. I'll make a motion to direct staff to include priority scores for underway and unfunded projects in the revised proposed CIP.
All right, I'll second. Any questions or comments? City Clerk Bell, will you call the roll of that motion?
Thank you, council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Cave,
Yes.
Desai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other motions? Councilmember Tate?
Can I ask a quick question? Aren't the scores in each project in the top right corner?
Not for unfunded ones.
Okay, got it.
I think that's what Ms. Carr was mentioning earlier about being able to still do that, just so that we can see at least if we want to move unfunded project. Is that the intent there? Or if we did something-
Yes, it is. But I will say for certain projects, like I said, that aren't as defined, and certain projects that don't have the updated costs, there are certain ones where we haven't done the work to figure out what the cost would be. So we'll have to go back and see in terms of priority what we would tell the panel, because a portion or one of the criteria of the prioritization matrix is the estimated cost and what is the impact to the budget. So we can go back and work with the panel and tell you what framework we came up with around that.
Okay, thank you. Any other motions or staff direction? All right, thank you both so much. Thank you all for your reports this evening. Thank you for taking us through this process. And we look forward to the next steps at our first meeting in June.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have our second citizens to be heard forum for anyone who didn't speak during the first one. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments for this item?
Just Cordell Hindler, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Heather?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I am a very concerned Richmond resident. So number one, I wanted to speak on the future agenda portion of it because I wanted to have Danny Wan or someone from the Port of Oakland to come to provide a presentation to you all on what the plans that they're working on as we're coming out of the pandemic slowly. That's one. And then number two is if you recall at the April 18th meeting, Mr. Anthony, who has called in, regularly, he feels that his voice is not being heard. And I feel that to me, that's very inconsiderate because I have been sitting here waiting to get my voice to be heard. And I feel that to me, that really hurts me because I am teaching my 15-year-old nephew how to, stand up to elected officials like yourselves. And I do not silence his voice. He has a right to free speech, just like everyone else. Because to me, I'm trying to be a good example to him. Number two. And number three is what will make the meetings, be more or less efficient is instead of like having all 6 proclamations on one agenda, have the first 3 have 3 proclamations the first Tuesday in June, and then they have the other 3 on the 3rd Tuesday in June. So that will make the meetings be very more diligent. So hopefully the council should consider, hearing from your constituents who have voted for you. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other public comments?
No other public comments.
All right. As always, thank you for your comments. We appreciate the feedback and we always appreciate any citizens heard at our meetings. We're now ready to adjourn. I want to adjourn our meeting to the regular meeting of June 6th in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Good night, everyone.